I'll. All right, you're gonna sit there and eat that mac and cheese.
I
I'm
can
gonna
make
also.
I can make mac
This
and
is the
cheese.
last. I need to go get more pop. This is the last one in the house, and there's only like that much left in the can.
Oh no.
So there we go. Starting it off just for a few seconds with some
Oh,
really
sorry guys. Hold on.
inappropriate.
There we go.
Ah, ah. Just starting it off with some really inappropriate double layering audio, repeating audio, eating on camera. Now this is
Yeah.
the thing. I do find it funny though that I mean this makes sense. Like this isn't some like weird and wacky twist of the universe, but that eating on stream is like deeply inappropriate for a lot of performances, but then there's social eating. You know, I guess to a certain degree, like the sheer existence of social eating as a streaming genre still I don't know. I don't want to say I find it funny because it's not funny. It tickles my fancy. It brings me some measure of just curious joy. So
When I was living in the last apartment I was in when I first moved here, my roommates were like never home, so I ate all of my meals by myself. So I would turn on Periscope and just making bagel bites.
that apartment was awful.
People look. Oh no, not that one. The one before when I was staying with when I first moved here when I was staying on someone's couch.
Oh, right. Actually, that was nice. I mean, you were in a nice neighborhood. I like Astoria.
Oh
Astoria
yeah,
is a nice
Astoria is great.
neighborhood. It's really cool. But yeah, yeah,
Do you want to
yeah.
add to uh your sound catalog of obscene slash sexy eating sounds?
not, not, not tonight.
We could
No.
throw some KD sounds in there for you.
We'll skip on that. We'll actually go. I've already got the game loaded up. I think I tested the sound properly this time, double properly, super double properly, and it is in fact reasonably well balanced and I may even have overdone it. It might be too quiet, but that will be better than last time where it was drowning everything else out because I wasn't paying attention to chat. Turns out I'm kind
Did
of
you
bad at this. Like this is part of the reason why I'm trying to get more people involved is both to fill space, airspace with talking and words and also just to have more eyes on the chat.
do you also fix the problem where you rudely ejected me halfway through the stream and then couldn't get me back?
That was acts that was technical errors. That was not intended. I don't even remember what went wrong entirely. That was like
Whatever it
a
was, you
month ago.
figured it
That
out
was a month
after, but
ago.
it's too late.
Oh, well, because there was a bunch of audio problems with that one. So, like, it was really curious. It was specific to Dante's Inferno. Like, a lot of the audio problems we were having there were specific to Dante's Inferno.
Mm.
So, so now I had originally intended to rewatch Avatar before going into this because I haven't seen it
No, you got
since
to go in
theaters. You know,
theater.
I watched it once in theaters and that's it. I haven't seen it again since. And my opinions on it are all like 8 years old.
Dang.
I don't have a whole lot of opinions on it. Like it didn't blow me away. The 3D I thought was very well done technically, but not artistically. If that makes any sense, and I can explain that in greater detail. So the 3D was very technically well done. It was generally speaking very gentle on the eyes. It kept itself, properly within a depth range that feels comfortable. It was very high quality. It didn't have it was everything was done to a very high level of quality. You didn't have cardboard cutout syndrome, and because it was all shot like it was shot natively 3D stereoscopic, but they weren't doing anything with it, if that makes any sense. Any sense.
I
So,
remember I remember specifically noticing that like even though they purposely shot it in 3D, the camera still was focusing on things where it wanted your eyes to focus. Tried to
mhm.
look at something in several scenes. If you tried to look at something in the foreground, it was out of focus because the lens was focused on like something
Yeah.
so it was closer so your eye wanted to like look at everything that was possible to look at, but you would try to focus on something that was ostensibly like within reach, and it would be blurry and your eyes would never focus on it, and that was like so brain confusing for me.
Yeah, it's one of the major. So there's a bunch of problems with stereoscopic cinematography, or a bunch of challenges with it, and one of them is that you have now multiple layers of focusing devices. That the it's like, oh well, the eye and the camera are decoupled, and normally that's not a problem because the eye only needs to focus on a single depth plane when you're watching something, because you're actually watching a flat surface. You're actually watching a flat surface. And yeah, shouting in chat. You bump up her audio. I don't know. People are saying you're a little on the quiet side. I'll see what I can do about
For me?
that. Yeah, I think it's just because you were like leaning away from your. She was
Oh,
leaning away
I,
from
I'm
her
leaning.
microphone. I can't do
Yeah,
anything
guys,
about
I'm
that.
leaning slightly back. Is this better?
And I'll
Better?
I'll bump it a.
Well, now while I finish my KD, because I
I'll
didn't want to
I'll
be
also
talking
yeah
while
yeah
you're
yeah.
here.
I'll also add a little bump to it. There we go. That should.
It's almost gone, everybody.
And what was I saying? So I was talking, yeah, stereoscopic cinematography. Like then, the moment you introduce stereoscopic, it's like you now have the eye. Like the eye can't just remain focused on a single depth plane. It now needs to move back and forth between depth planes, even if they are fictional depth planes. It's very weird, and the psychology of it's weird, and it makes it hard to do like really truly artistic things with the third dimension, because a number of people, one, can't see it, two, are made sick by it, and three, it's expensive and limited in application, and it doesn't then necessarily translate outside of that environment. So yeah.
And then I guess the only other two things I remember about this movie were thinking, man, I really want to watch Fern Gully. And like that was the comparison everybody made for obvious reasons. But I really did genuinely enjoy Fern Gully, and at least in Fern Gully we also got Tim Curry as a villain, which is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
And then the other thing was was like I just like it was it was pretty but unobtainium. Why?
Oh, hey, so it turns out, all right, this is kind of weird. In OBS's audio mixer thing, you've got all of your devices by name, and then you've got volume percent. So it's like turning up the volume by a certain percent, but then on the actual like VU meters, it has the measure in decibels. So yeah, yeah, it's still big quiet. Why? What do you mean big quiet? Big quiet doesn't mean anything.
Is this any better?
I'm gonna go up to. I'm gonna give you 3 dB. We'll bump you by 3 dB, and we'll see how that does. We should be kind of good. I'm not gonna continue because I started a game just earlier to like go through the options menu and whatnot. One of the things, oh, if we go over to extras, we can show this off. So we've got two things in extras. We got credits and we got unlockable content. And the unlockable content is pretty cool. It's really rad. It's gonna just blow your socks off and knock you out of the park. And oops, no connection found. James Cameron's Avatar, the game server, is not available at this time. Please try again later. It's
Oh
never
no.
going to be available again. So I don't know what this is, but I'm never going to see it unless I like YouTube it. Because it's gone. It's gone. And then there's credits, and we don't care. So, a new game it is, and we've actually got a lot of options here. So there's no character creator. There's just a lot of uh, pre-canned characters sitting, just outside the Uncanny Valley. Like they've definitely set up camp on the edge of the Uncanny Valley. Um, I'm just gonna go with the first one, like the default. So this Asian dude, this super buff Asian dude, is male 01, and we're gonna go with him and his name. We're gonna keep his original name of male 01. I think it's a good look, male 01. And we'll go into the starting cutscene here now. Fortunately, so this one actually, I like this. The subtitles were on by default. I didn't need to turn them on. So yeah, yeah. Also the UI, like I was looking at the UI and how all the icons on the UI are set up like a uh, are periodic table. They're all just periodic table cells. Because unobtainium. You remember unobtainium? Everybody remembers
God.
unobtainium. Please, my father was male 01. Just call me 1. That's a good joke, Steven Peterson.
Good
It's a
job.
good joke.
Oh
Now,
yeah. Intro
this is
cinematics.
now this is also it's post Mass Effect. So post Mass Effect, post Dragon Age. So it does use the tactic of just referring to the main character, always by their last name. So you just give them the first name. This mocap of Sigourney Weaver, like, seriously distressing. Like,
No.
very distressing. Oh, there's somebody who needs a ban.
Oh yeah, right there.
Yeah, and yeah. I can't.
Oh god,
It's
that is disturbing.
yeah. I
And I really like her.
it's the dead eyes, and I don't know, for whatever reason, like it's right on the edge of sort of acceptable. Like if it had been cartooned just a little bit more, I would probably find it, whatever. Also, the Pandoran atmosphere is highly volatile. You mean it explodes? Like what? No, I don't think that's the word they wanted. I really don't think that's the word they wanted. Unless I don't know. Is it? Is volatile the right word there? Like it's highly combustible?
Yeah, like it's gonna explode at
Deeply
any time.
reactive? Like I think they mean like corrosive.
I don't know. It's possible that they meant volatile. Like if you breathe out, that could
Yeah, the
cause
game's
a
really the game's
reaction.
really quiet because I don't care. There's subtitles. The game is really quiet. I can turn it up. I will turn it up in smidgens until people say that it's comfortable, but I would rather have the game be like basically inaudible than have it drowning things out again. Sound mixing these streams is a huge pain in the ass. It's a huge pain in the ass. Every game is different, and games are just generally way too loud.
I actually can't hear it at all, so you guys are one step above me.
So the screen tearing, you may have noticed a lot of screen tearing and all of that. That's just the game, which does not, like, because I checked it on the TV and it does that on the television as well. So yeah, that's just the game, unfortunately.
I really like that someone finally had a good idea in creating spacesuits
Wow, 5 years of
that
sleep in
are
space,
not
and
the
now it's
giant
go, go,
bubbleheads,
go.
but still
A lot's
are
happened while you were in stasis,
fully
and not all for
a
the
fully
better.
visible
Now that the
face
noisy
for
stuff is out of
filming,
the way, let's check
because
your
that's what we
avatar.
need to focus
Dr.
on
Monroe should
when
have it ready
filming a
to go.
sci-fi
You
movie.
set?
Are
Mm-hmm.
you kidding? It's all I've
Is
dreamed
we
about
need
for
a
5 years.
clear
Just watch
faceplate,
yourself
not
around
just
Dr. Monroe.
eyes.
He treats the avatars like his own personal guinea pigs.
I'm playing with the audio again. All right, let's try minus 17 dB on the... All right, Kendra wants you to meet Senior Science Officer Monroe in the Avatar Link Center. Okay.
Get on over there.
Ah. This camera... Okay, is there... It's pushing him really far to the left. Like uncomfortably the fact that he's like on the left by default, I can't change
That's
that.
so
It's
annoying.
it's throwing me off balance here.
They wanted a cinematic rule of thirds going on. James Cameron made this game, okay?
Okay, that's not the way I want to go. I have no idea where I'm going in any of this. So we get to enjoy all of the flailing around of learning a new experience with the added advantage that I can't actually hear it because the sound is off on my end. Oh, wait, okay, magnifying glass. To open the game menu and view unlocked Pandorapedia content, use the start button. Okay, all right, you can go away.
Thank you, Luke.
Watch
That rule of thirds, though.
Here, I'm trying to... Oh, that VSync. The controls are not very responsive. Okay, new Pandorapedia article, Biolab Workstation. All right, let's check out our Pandorapedia. Ooh, it's got a big shiny icon. So, RDA files, equipment, Biolab Workstation. Biolab workers use state-of-the-art complex neural transfers involve... Oh, there we go. Use state-of-the-art technology to monitor the complex neural transfers involved with the avatar process. A strict redundancy system ensures that any mistakes will be detected immediately and resolved before any neurological damage can be done to avatar or driver. Cool. I'm glad they've got a high QA. There's way too much info here. I'm not reading that. I am not sitting here and reading about the amino tanks in Avatar.
It's back stuff.
It basically is... Wait, are we already in another loading zone? That was like 2 rooms.
Cinematic.
Is this game really that demanding? That it required 2 loading zones between the doorway and here? I guess when they're like, oh, it's Avatar, it needs to pull out all the stops. We can't cut any corners. They decided that, like, system optimization wasn't on the table. It's like, no, it must use all the processor. And it's like, but using the entire processor isn't necessarily a good thing. It must use all of it. Yeah, head over to the link bed. Let's put you in your avatar. Nice to meet you, too.
Just because your DNA is a 1 in a billion match doesn't mean you can be a princess. Get moving, Tiara.
Just, wait, what did he say? Just because your DNA is 1 in a million? Monroe wants me to climb into the link bed. Thank you, game, for just summing up the stuff I wasn't paying attention to. It was very helpful.
He said, just because your DNA is a 1 in a billion match doesn't mean you can be a princess.
Why can't I be a prince? You know, that's a good question. Why don't I get to pick my avatar? They just pick for me? They don't know me.
Looking good, Ryder. You
Looking good,
If your
Ryder.
DNA is 1 in a billion, you can be whatever you want, including a princess.
Yeah.
All's normal. Your
Like, if
readings-
anything, that's what it should mean. Alright. We're tall.
Whoa. It's okay, Ryder.
This is
normal.
trippy.
Sit down and we'll
This
send you
dialogue is beautiful.
Sit down and we'll send you back. And it's like, okay. Alright, well that was... This is replicating the movie a little
Remember when
too closely.
you're bad as a
You're actually
human?
quite
I wonder
good.
how good they're gonna
With
be
my fine
in an
tuning, you'll be zipping
avatar.
about with the best.
Yeah.
You're a fine specimen.
My fine tuning, you'll be zipping about with the best. You're a fine specimen, Ryder. Now run along. Officer Midori's waiting for you. All right, their mission complete. Now they're probably gonna teach me how to like shoot stuff.
But listen,
Oh, there was
you need to
a
help them bring
spyglass,
this
a
online. They just shut
magnifying
down.
glass back
Grid
here.
is showing red along that line.
Psionic
I
link
don't know what's
unit,
going on.
Pandorapedia article. Awesome. So many collectibles, so totally worth hunting for. Yeah, let's look at... No, he keeps overshooting everything. The space that you can stand in for hitting that stuff is pretty small, but
Commander Falco's ready
he
for
just
you.
kind of flies around.
Usually doesn't interact
So he
with
takes a couple steps to actually get moving, and then takes a couple steps to
There's more going on here
stop
than you know. You don't
moving
wanna
as
be his
well.
bad luck. Elevator
So
will take you to Falco.
not exactly
Good
the
luck, Ryder.
easiest to control.
Thanks.
I feel like if you're this agile as a human, you're really good at manning a second body from, just your brain.
Yeah. All right, back through the airlock.
You don't want to be in his bad books. What the hell turn of phrase is that?
Like I mean, presumably you don't really want to be in anyone's bad books. Like, you're in a professional workplace. This is a professional environment. You should be on at least, cooperating terms with everybody. You want to have a good working relationship with your coworkers.
Yeah, like, you at minimum want to be neutral or, like, tolerating or tolerable.
Yeah.
You shouldn't start on I
Ryder,
hate you and you just
hard to
got
believe you're
here.
finally
Hey,
here.
you're not
Seems like a lifetime
you're
ago
not-
I approved your commission papers.
Reporting
Frick.
for duty, sir.
you're not
Drop the formalities, kid.
Buffy
I've got a priority one situation.
friend's
Someone in the Avatar
first
program is
boyfriend,
leaking
Seth.
classified RDA info to the local
I was gonna make a
narco
Buffy joke there, but then I forgot Willow's name,
Her name's
and I
Willow,
forgot
yeah.
Willow's boyfriend's name.
You'll
You're
see
not
soon
Scott
enough.
Evil.
It was me who fought to get you here.
Oh,
Your
God,
skills as
no.
a code breaker are highly underrated on this planet.
I like that you
Play your
remembered his
cards
name,
right
but
and
you
you'll go
forgot
far.
Willow.
Screw up.
I
This planet will spit you out like
I,
potentate.
I don't remember his last. I still don't remember his last name. Wait, I did get a trophy.
Wasn't he
Oz. It was Oz. You're not Oz. Yeah, it is trying to be Mass Effect. Falco wants you to find a chopper pilot and fly to the Blue Lagoon. All right, cool. Chopper pilots are identified with planet icons. So-
Why the hell is a chopper identified with a planet icon? That doesn't make any sense.
'Cause wait, they take you out into the planet,
Oh,
and you go and you
Oh,
hack the
you-
planet.
you're
Yeah.
really-
All right, back into the elevator. All right, so this is actually loading zones of the game.
The elevators.
At least they're fast. Like, they're noticeable, but they're not the worst in the world. Oh, come on, Dort. There we go. You can do it. Yep. Airlock.
You're really good at this. Good
I'm
job.
it's not hard. You just walk into the airlock and you stand there and you wait for them to cycle, and then you take like 5 steps over into the elevator, and then
Right,
you wait for the
take
elevator.
2 steps to get moving,
Where do you wanna
1
go?
step forward, and then 2 steps to stop.
Yeah. All right. What do we got? Hell's Gate. or Blue Lagoon. Oh, Hell's Gate. Right. Hell's Gate is home base. Cool. And Blue Lagoon is where we're going, and we have a 0% there and 1 active quest. Wow, this really is Mass Effect Light. Leave territory. Yeah, okay. Blue Lagoon, the GMI, the Global Mobility Interface, is the RDA's remote field interface that will teleport you to any sector within a region and provide access to the Conquest minigame.
Ooh, mini games.
Yeah. All right.
I think that's gonna be a mini-sode.
Welcome to the park, sir. The park?
Welcome to the park. We've fenced the whole area, a big chunk of Pandora wilderness. We've completely gutted it of all risk. It's like Disneyland.
If it's gated, community will.
No, it's explicitly not. Well, I mean, actually, no, I guess you got fences running through large chunks of, like, national park. Like, just putting a fence up. Putting a fence up on its own just doesn't really mean anything, I guess. Because it can still be, you know, yeah. I still don't know why they need to wear breathers but not any other protective
Ryder, you're just in
gear.
time. We've got
Like, is it
troops
just
all
an
over.
unusually high amount of ammonia?
You'll love them.
Like, I really wish that
Right?
it would not have been a hard explanation to come up with.
Good. Climb the main gate and lay down.
Like,
I'm
maybe
saying,
the atmospheres.
My headcanon is that the is it carbon monoxide? That's what you breathe out. No, I'm blanking. Is it monoxide?
Dioxide.
Dioxide is what you breathe out. So if you breathe that out, the air explodes. That's my
Nah, but people
headcanon.
take their breathers off in the movie at one point, and it's not like things go horribly wrong. They just kind of like slowly suffocate. All right, triangle. So those are ammo replenishment, and I need to go over here, and I need to figure out how to grip the ladder. R1 to fire. I like that they started off right away. Yeah, we're still human. Wait, who am I protecting and who am I shooting? I guess I'm killing all the wildlife. Probably.
It's not wild. We've established this.
Killing all of the free range Pandora dogs.
Yeah, get him.
We can check out. Oh, I overheated. We can check out the Pandorapedia article on these dogs later if people are really interested. Do people want to see the Pandorapedia article on the wildlife of Pandora, in specific the Pandora dogs that we're shooting? I really like the first tutorial. Like, the first combat tutorial is your stationary turret. Your, like, mandatory stationary turret experience. Because...
And it's still on the left.
There we go, dude. I came down and I opened the door so you could get back in. Thank me. Oh, I can totally shoot them. Yeah. Look, it's hitting them, too. They bleed blue.
Ooh, blue means alien.
They're infiltrators. Alright. Alright, let's see. Pandorapedia. We only have the Prolemerus? The common name, Prolemerus? No. This planet is inhabited. The humans on this planet are almost entirely military. There is no way that the military dudes on this planet are gonna call these things Prolemerus.
There's got to be at least one Nope, never mind. If there was a scientist, they probably would have stopped the naming of unobtainium.
Yeah. So the taxonomy is Prolemerus noctis, or night squirrel. Like, look at these things. They would, you know what? These things would actually be called like hell lemurs, is what they would be
Or they would
called,
have just called them night squirrels.
or night squirrels,
Or killer squirrels, death squirrels, squirrel monkeys. I guess that's a thing, right?
drop
No, spider
squirrels,
monkeys. Spider monkeys are a thing.
unobmunkium. There we go. Tucker's creator coming in with the Sigornius Weavius named them. All right. All right. I'm just gonna run in a direction. I did not know what kind of a game this was before loading it up. I didn't realize it was going to be a Mass Effect clone, a Mass Effect slash Call of Duty clone, and that it would be so just
I'm sorry.
aggressively ripping
No,
off
it's not any of those games. In those games, you're guys in the middle, and in this game, you're guys on the left. Rule of thirds. This game's so much better.
so much better. Its composition is just so much better.
It's
But
so
already,
beautiful.
like we're what, like a half hour into this game, if that. Like if we were actually like focused playing, we're maybe like 15 minutes into this game, and it has already just super aggressively and super mediocrely ripped off like every other game that was popular in 2009.
I think the guy on the left of the screen, so you can see more of the scenery, like is the most James Cameronian move that could ever be made in a video game. Where it's like, no, that guy's right in the middle. I don't like that. You might focus on him. You do the sides. You can see the whole screen.
Yeah. The combat sucks. This is like, it's not unplayable. It's just not very good. I don't know if I've got a lock. Oh, there we go. I've got a.
Aim, like from your guy, even though you have like your little
Oh wait,
crosshairs.
that's not my iron sights. That's my scanner. Hmm?
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, that pulled up my scanner. So now we can go to the Pandorapedia and look at the Viper Wolf. See, there we go. That's a common name you'd expect.
That's a military dude named that animal name.
Yeah, we called it the Viper Wolf. We're gonna name an entire squadron after the Viper Wolf. Our mascot for the Viper Wolves will be the Viper Wolf. Guess what our basketball team is named? We're the Viper Wolves. Navi name is the Nantang taxonomy Caniferidus costatus, striped armored wolf. Okay, cool.
Is it armor?
I don't know, it kind of looks kind of armored. We're just gonna keep running in this direction.
Sounds like a good idea.
See, Batman would do this. What is it? The Arkham games. The Arkham games did this, where they like really aggressively pushed you off to one side, but they always did it for like the detective sections. So it's when you're just kind of like slowly walking around, and it would also get like really close over Batman's shoulder. This is like we're far enough back that I can totally comfortably see like the entire screen. Like, it's fine. I'm not really obstructing anything, but then I'm just so far off to the side that it just feels unbalanced. All right, we got our fancy horse. We got our brain horse. A dire horse. All right. Let's kill everything on Pandora. All of it. Just all of it. Is that my health in the top left there? I can't see myself. Here, I'm gonna turn face cam off. Nobody cares about face cam anyway. There's no Amy. Amy is in timeout for biting. So she's just really hyper right now.
Aw, timeout Amy.
Timeout Amy.
Viper Wolf and the Amy Cats. It's our basketball matchup.
Maybe aimlessly wandering wasn't a great idea, because now I'm lost. I feel like they shouldn't just let me wander away like that. Like, if any game, I guess this is mildly surprising, is that you would totally expect that James Cameron's Avatar, the movie, the game, would just be, you know, a fairly bog standard adaptation. Oh, that's my XP bar up there. You know, that it's going to be fairly linear. It's going to take you through the game. Oh, we have jumping power. You know, you're expecting something pretty linear, but then it's not linear. It's actually kind of open world RPG shooter Mass Effect clone, and that's actually kind of weird and in some ways worse. I don't know why.
Killer plant. If they don't name those the Audreys, I'll be sad.
Oh, I didn't. Can I? I should have looked at them.
The little entry.
Oh man. Oh, this area is huge. Holy crap. This zone is actually like massive. What the hell? I thought this was gonna be like a, 5-hour game.
You're stuck forever.
Apparently, it's a 40-hour epic.
Holy crap! Is this just?
I don't know. Hey, somebody in chat, pull up how long to beat, and check it out. What is how long to beat say for James Cameron's Avatar TM, the game, le jeu.
Pulling it, bringing it home for the French Canadians. Nice.
Yeah. Yep. Making sure everybody feels welcome.
Included.
Everybody feels comfortable, included.
Just throwing a couple extra words every once in a while in other languages. It says 8 hours.
8 hours? Okay, so
No, Roberto, not the meat juice.
so they're saying 11 hours. All right. Well, then this is just kind of 11 with the extras. 8 to 11. Okay, that's actually a lot closer to what I was expecting. Wait, what? Why am I all akimbo with pistols now? Oh, I've got a roll.
I really
Okay.
enjoy the word akimbo, but it always makes me think of a children's book or rhyme, the Ricky Tikki Tembo no Sarembo Cherry Berry Ruchi Piperi Pembo thing.
Yeah.
About falling down the well. Don't fall down a well.
Don't fall down a well. Oh, I have limited ammo. I guess that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. I'm really good at video games, guys.
Why? It's
All right.
sci-fi. Don't you shoot energy? Let's like advance a little further here, James Cameron.
No, come on, fire. Wait. You can use your skill to heal yourself. Hold L2 and press the action button assigned to genetic regenerator to activate it. That didn't do anything. This was a...
Oh my goodness.
I died. No, I want to say this one was $8 used. And did it send me back with, I think I kept my analyzing. I kept my progress, I think. Soldiers. Oh, there's actual information. Maybe I should pay attention to what's going on. The GMI allows you to teleport to other activated GMIs in the map. Once available, the Conquest option will allow you to gain XP and receive boosts to your damage and defense by conquering territories. Yes! Colonialism, here we go. Let's teleport. I can't teleport to any of these. I need to go back out and run again. And we've got a sector challenge. I don't know what a sector challenge is.
I'm gonna check it out. Be careful, man.
I'm mildly confused by the language, the ludology
For a signal specialist.
of the game.
Thanks.
Not bad
This
for a
isn't
signal
open. We still have
specialist.
a man deep in the Grab a buggy and help him out.
So games tell you when you sit down to play a game, they communicate things to you about what to expect. And they do this through environment design, they do it through systems design, and you get a sense of like what it is you're in for. Is this going to be the control scheme is now available? Wait, the control scheme. Oh, I need to. This camera and the vertical sync can't keep up with it at all. Oh, this is. Ow. Can I hit my own guys? No. They try to communicate expectations, and part of that is through things like environment design. So if you get into an area and it's got lots of like really big environments, it's telling you to expect something, long. That's kind of the message there. Is like this is gonna take a while. There's a lot to do. Hold L2, press the action button assigned to ultrasonic repulsor to repel surrounding viper wolves for a short time.
I like how these big point things look like.
That doesn't do anything. I'm holding L2. It doesn't do anything. L2 does not do what they think L2 does.
Ooh, you can repel the viper wolves.
Except I can't.
Try again. Keep trying until you die.
Wait, which? Okay.
I'm saying L2 and circle.
L2 and circle? Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, so this was really confusing. The tutorial that popped up made it seem like it was going to be L2 and the direction buttons.
Yeah,
Because
it
it's
does
all
look
on the left side of the screen. They're showing you all this stuff on the left side of the screen, and it's using the same like little house-shaped diagram that is the shape of the direction keys on the PlayStation controller. So
This is really poor visual design tutorial.
oh, but then it makes sense. Okay, so but then when you're actually in the actual UI, it's over in the top right, and then it has the actual button assignments there. Okay. Boom! Yay, run away so I can shoot you in the back. That does not last long. Other things that indicate you're in for a fairly long experience. The fact that it's an RPG, like that it has an experience system. So when you're like killing viper wolves and you're gaining like 30 XP and you're getting that over and over and over again in the first area, all of your previous experience with similar games or with games that use similar language is going to be like, oh, 30 XP, that's got to be basically meaningless because I'm just in the tutorial area and I'm killing viper wolves and like the story, the plot hasn't actually started yet.
Did you look
Well, at
up
least the
grenade/pinecone plant?
Did I grenade/pinecone plant? I looked pineapple plant. I looked at the
Oh, yeah,
pineapple
that thing.
plant.
That's it. Yep.
You know, but you're accustomed
Oh,
to.
repel. Oh, it rebuilds. It loads back in.
You got lion berries. Ah, more.
That's also a horribly counterintuitive design. So it shows you your little powers refilling, but like because of the nature of the pie shape, it's really hard to tell like how long that is.
All right, what else do I have? What's one? I have a stealth suit. Oh, I should find out if there's a key for reload your gun without waiting to run out of ammo.
Well, from what I can see on the tiny version, it looks like the top is light fire to a mountain. The left one is ride a broomstick.
The first is run really
Yeah.
fast. Okay.
The one on the right looks like turn on the lighthouse. And
Okay.
the bottom just look. None of those little icons. Here, I'm gonna embiggen. Let's see if I can tell what they are like full screen.
No. Those were pretty close. Those
Okay.
were pretty close.
Are those your abilities?
Yeah. Light fire to a mountain. So the top one is sprint. The right one, the lighthouse one,
Viper Wolf.
is the repel. Yeah, repel viper wolves. The bottom one is your stim pack, your heal, and then
Okay, I see it. A plus sign could be
Yeah.
heal, or a D-pad when you're playing a damn game.
well, there's also the heart behind it. There is a
I
heart
can see
behind
that
it,
now that you say that. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I'll give them that one. That one's intuitive.
and
What
then the
hell
one
is
on the
Ride a
left,
Broomstick?
ride a broomstick. It's actually
that's
so that one's the
stealth.
invisibility cloak. So it's a dude standing in long grass.
Great.
Is
Okay,
what the
I
icons
can kind
are.
of make out the grass. What the hell is the top running? Is that just a foot with fire?
It's a
under
foot
it?
with fire under it. Yeah. Gotta go fast.
All right, I guess I can see how a foot with fire under it is fast running.
Yeah.
I suppose I can give them that.
I just slip in here and try and lose them.
Thank God you're here. This place is. You got. I can't use. DF a signal, and I got Viper. What is DF? What? The mission's priorities went from Commander Falco. Was I can't get working. Woo! Digital bookworm. Got a trophy. Okay. Wait. Digital bookworm. Digital. What?
Can you make it back to base okay?
Why? Why did I get digital
Because
bookworm?
you keep reading the book digitally.
You gotta head a couple
That one doesn't make any sense though. Was it for adding stuff to my is it for
Yeah,
adding
it's
stuff to my Pandorapedia?
Pandorapedia thing.
Yeah. All right. Dalton needs me to activate a signal northeast of the cave. Cool. Thanks, Dalton. Let's do this. Unlocked.
Do it.
Okay. Unlocked grunt pack. What? You can equip new skills through the game menu. Skills. So, all right, here we go. Here's the official names, and there's the bigger icons. So, Elite Training, Ultrasonic Repulsor, Genetic Regenerator, and Chromatic Blend. Let's replace
I do like that.
So, okay, I can replace one of these with Zeta Field 1, which greatly induces incoming damage for a short duration. So, let's go with that over Sprint, just because. And weapons? Standard issue rifle Terra 1, combat shotgun Phalanx. Wait, what's the difference between the standard issue rifle Terra 1 and the assault rifle Terra 1? Like, what's the difference between a standard issue rifle and an assault rifle?
Sorry, you haven't played enough war games to have unlocked this knowledge.
But hey, I got the Banisher M60 machine gun, so let's replace the standard rifle with the Banisher, because the Banisher sounds like badass.
Like properly destructive.
Yeah. Also, I do have a shotgun, and chat knows how much I love me my shotguns. Alright, so what did this guy need me to do? Oh, that is a satisfying shotgun. So, here's a funny thing. One of the points of over-the-shoulder of these kind of third-person games, particularly the ones where like your character is this small on screen, one of the whole points of it is this sort of situational awareness, like that you can actually see a little ways behind yourself, but your hitbox apparently extends to just enough, like, so from this position it's just enough like behind me underneath the camera that when things attack me from behind I can't see them.
What's irritating me about this framing is that, like, they went out of their way to, like, pseudo rule of thirds it, move you over to the left for obvious, like, their own personal aesthetic reasons. But, like, generally, like, it just keeps cutting off one part of your feet. Like, either zoom in a little bit so it's like...
So it's actually like thigh up.
Yeah, like a... Or, like, back it up so we can see the body. Like, if you're trying to be cinematic, do it proper.
So these Viper Wolves are actually like kind of deadly, I guess. Like they're kicking my ass here.
I thought that made a sound that made them want to not come near you. You literally...
It did, but it doesn't... It doesn't... Okay, no, you're right. That did explode the one back when I threw it down that time. Like you're not crazy. You did see that. All right, let's look at my. What does he want me to do? Fine tuning, activate the signal. All right, so just go up and take a left.
I feel like we've only seen two kinds of enemies, and I know we're not that far in, but it feels like we've been playing forever already, because you already don't know how to get. And we've seen about 30 cutscenes, so I think they're a little slow on the introducing things.
I don't know if a tie-in video game was really where I wanted a slow boil of a plot. New Pandora PD article. Grenade launcher. Did that give me a grenade launcher? Unlocked. 4600 XP. Trooper pack. Those symbols don't mean anything to me, game. Those, I need words. One of those could either be like rage fire. Ah, Viper Wolves. Oh wait, is this also... Holy crap, L is also bullet time. L2 is also bullet time. It does a lot. L2 is carrying a lot of water for this game right now.
So much heavy lifting L2. So, one of the things that, I guess particularly in an open world game like this-ish, that you can appreciate are tiny details, like those actually they just pop back up, these little flower things.
Viper Wolf. Like, this attack, sorry, its attack pattern was a little comical. But yes, the flowers.
Yeah, so tiny details like those little flowers where, you know, you come close and they, you know, whoop, pull into the ground and pop up when you've walked away and stuff. But also those sorts of things are stuff that, if they're gonna exist, they should also exist. Like, part of it is like, ooh, discovering this cool new thing, and part of it is, ooh, I wonder if I can use that in some way. Like, if I back far enough away, they'll block the view and maybe something chasing me won't see me, etc., etc. But in what we've seen so far, that tiny detail of those flowers is not a cool discovery. It's nothing new because everything is just flat and green. Like it's all just green.
It's
like,
just a
there's
wall
not-
of green.
Yeah, and it's not like you're discovering all these cool new plants. Like you can see exactly what they were trying to do with those flowers is to give you that like
Reveal.
minuscule moment of awe of like
Yeah.
a cool new and like a reveal of that little clearing you walked into after you saw it. But it's just so poorly executed that it makes me sad that they tried.
Okay, I've got the...
Glad to see you.
Wait, what do these do? Like, okay.
No, Ben.
Pineapple plant, see Pandorapedia for more details. Alright, I'm looking at the Pandorapedia. Flora. Anemoy, lion, bear, pineapple plant. Named for its similarity to earth pineapples, this large indigenous plant thrives in the Pandoran jungles and wetlands. That didn't tell me anything. Oh wait, no, it's this thing. This is an ammo. Right, we're standing right next to an ammo cache. Okay.
The pineapple.
No, the
Cache?
pineapple plant. No, the pineapple plant is next to a cache. And oh, I don't need to go back to the guy. I need to go back to base. All right, let's see if I can actually get back into my car.
So if you hear some lovely background crinkling over here, I'll just let you know what that is. While I was on vacation this week, we went to the Guinness Certified World's Longest Candy Counter. I
That-
have filled three paper bags of old-timey / newer but hard to get candies. And I'm eating them while we play video
Alright,
games.
are you kidding me? I can't, it doesn't do damage when I try to run over. Come on. They're just really hard to hit. Alright, I'm gonna stop wasting time with that. Yeah, let's go. Let's go fast. Let's try not to get motion sick as the car bounces all over the place. Oh. So, rumor is that okay. So here's one of the reason why tie-in video games tend to suck so bad is that a movie takes about a year and a half to make. Takes about 18 to 20 to 24 months to make. But a video game, a proper video game, takes about 3 years to make. You may notice that these times don't line up too terribly well. So this is one of the main reasons why a lot of them suck, why they're just kind of like why they so often tend to be repaints of other games, is because of that. You know, a lot of corners end up needing to be cut in order to get a game out on time for, you know, to come out at the same time as the movie's release, because the game now needs to be made in the 18 months that the movie is being made, or less time realistically, because they're not going to actually like go all in on getting the game made until after the movie is like actually going to be made.
Can
Right.
we move to the forward base?
So
Grab the gators and head up river to meet her.
rumor is that James Cameron actually gave Ubisoft like tons of heads up on this, and gave them a lot of time. They gave him a lot of lead time. Kendra hit Southfinder to make this game so that it would come out on time and not suck. I don't know if it worked. Teleport to different segment. I don't know. What do y'all think? Did it work?
Here we go.
How well did that pay off? Oh, we got a boat now. The control scheme is available with the personal files. Is it a hovercraft? Can I go on... Or is it a boat? Is it a hovercraft or a boat?
Does the whole game take place on that?
It's
Map that you're
technically a hovercraft now!
We'll get it.
This is the greatest moment of my life. Come on. You can do it. You can do it.
Oh my god.
You can do it. You're almost there.
Oh my god, what are you doing?
You're almost there. No, no. There we go. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. You can get. You're almost. You can do it. You can do it. Just wiggle a little. Wiggle a little. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Ah, we're the best at boats. Hashtag
so-
best at boats.
Hashtag best at boats. Best. I like that camera wobbling around with your vehicle. Like, you couldn't have settled for making us nauseous in the theaters with the 3D. You had to also do it with the video game.
Yeah. Oh, and this game has 3D support. If is it gonna... Yeah, there we go. Woo! It's in 3 dimensions now. And it, oh my, oh god. Oh, that's a one-way trip to Migraine Town. We're shutting that off. That joke wore itself out real fast.
Fast. Oh, dear goodness.
Okay, all right. Oh, if you run out of, wait. No, I want to get in my boat. Stop pushing it back into the water. I want to get in. Okay, so they knew there were problems enough to find, like, to put in solutions to those problems. All right. Ah, no, it's stuck. All right.
Forward gate breach. Warning. Forward gate breach.
Oh my god, when you hit it and it moves, like, it nudges and then nudges itself again.
Yeah. I don't know, there's just kind of a level of... Okay, did that activate that now? Does that count as activated? Yeah, I think that's activated now. I don't know if I just need to get into proximity of it or if I need to actually, like, talk to that thing. But Kensington just radioed. He's pretty impressed with me.
You're pretty good in a firefight.
I'm pretty good in... Yeah, I am pretty good in a firefight. I need to check in with Dalton. We've got even more problems along the fence line. Dalton, wasn't he that guy stuck in the wire? Yeah, man. We just talked to him, like, a couple minutes ago. You know Dalton.
And make yourself useful.
He lives in the land of screen tearing. Just like everybody else. My boat wiggling. I can wiggle my boat like no one's business.
Hey, Ryder.
Wiggle,
Seems
wiggle,
like every
wiggle,
time
wiggle.
I see you, there's trouble.
Do you work out?
We've got breaches along the fence. There's a breach, it means one thing.
Viper wolves.
Viper
You got it. I'm
wolves.
checking the north
You
fence.
got
I
it.
need you on
Checking the
south
north
Check the sonic
fence.
pulses.
I kind of
Those
wish I
things
could
are
hear what they were
literally power
saying.
animals, except for some reason, they're attracting them.
I guess I could
Gotta
turn my
fix that.
TV on and actually like play that way. Then I'd be able to hear it, sort of. But then y'all might also be able to hear my TV. And it's kind of disorienting. Is it more disorienting than the game itself? Who knows?
I don't think it could be more disorienting than 3D mode, but I feel like it's a crapshoot as far as if it's more disorienting than the normal game.
All right, hit it. Come back here, Pandora deer. All right, pin it to the wall. All right. We'll just leave our boat there. We'll do this the old-fashioned way. We'll shoot it.
Are there any L2 commands for your boat?
I don't know. I think I need to
Find
get
out.
back in the boat after I go touch this thing. Done. Man, you know what? Video games totally needed more of in 2009. Just garbage fetch quests. Like, yeah, Avatar plus World of Warcraft design that was already old by 2009.
So old.
We were already making jokes about the, like, that was 2006. We were already making jokes about this kind of stuff by
feel like-
2009.
Penny Arcade was already making comics about collecting item quests.
Yeah, like no, this was definitely old, old even by 2009. Like people got tired of that super fast. Let's see, what WoW expansion was 2009? Was that
Burning Crusade?
so? 2006 was
It was
launch,
probably-
and then there was
It was Northrend.
was it Lich King?
Had to have been.
Yeah, like that fall I think was Lich King. So even by, I mean, just the fact that it was still Burning Crusade, like that it was even post Burning Crusade. Like Burning Crusade still had tons of these garbage, you know, go bring me 30 bear asses quests. But they were already in a mode where they're like, okay, maybe we should cut down on the bear ass quests. Like
bear asses.
we're getting too many people going and fetching bear asses. And the reason I'm using that specific phrase is because I was, for whatever reason, a couple days ago, I was nudging my boat into the water, as you do. And I was thinking about Warhammer Online. And Warhammer Online had this promotional, like just online social media campaign, where they had one of the lead designers doing basically just vlogs about design philosophy and whatnot. And one of them is him ranting for a very long time. And he would repeat himself like over and over and over again in all of these. So it's him ranting for a very long time about how their quests are going to be different and they're all going to be like PvP focused and they're going to be awesome and they're all going to just like, you know, they're just going to kick your dick right off and just blow you away, and you know, your testicles will spontaneously just explode with how awesome all of these quests are going to be, and you're never going to have a quest where you gotta like go collect 30 bear asses. And that's the example he uses. You're not gonna, and he says it over and over again, you're not gonna be collecting bear asses. We're not gonna give you any quests where you gotta go collect bear asses, and like you're not gonna be running around with a bag full of bear asses. And then of course the game came out, and there were just like wall to wall, go fetch me 30 bear asses quests. Heck, if I were one of the quest writers, I probably would have put in one that was specifically like bear asses.
Literally asses of bears.
Literally asses of bears. Yeah. So that was kind of funny. The main reason why I was actually thinking about it was because of the one that I thought was the funniest, and like it gave me a bit of schadenfreude, was that, so World of Warcraft's class design at the time was still kind of a mess. Like it was getting a lot more focused and coherent, but it was still quite a mess. You still had a lot of classes that had, you know,
Whatever's going on here, this place is
talent
seriously
trees
fucked
that
up.
didn't really have a proper distinct identity. I think they were still in the process of like well and truly finally killing the melee hunter and stuff like that. So this wasn't an unfair angle of criticism, but he spends the whole time like throwing shade at World of Warcraft's class design for being like vague and, you know, poorly defined. And the example he keeps using is like, no, all of our classes, they're going to tell you exactly what you do. You're going to have no head to the link chamber. You're going to have no doubt at all about what it is your class does. And the example he keeps using is the hammerer. He's like, so, like, what about the hammerer? What does the hammerer do? Well, the hammerer hammers things, because they're the hammerer. If you're ever in doubt, like, what's my job? Well, you hammer things, because you're a hammerer. So you're gonna, it's like, you get into, you level up, and you've got all these options, and, like, what are they gonna do? Is one of them gonna, like, make you a better healer? No, because you're not a healer, you're a hammerer. You hammer things. Everything's gonna make you just better at hammering, because you're a hammerer. And I swear to God, he says hammerer, like, 50 times in the course of a, like, 5-minute video.
Somebody should have made a quest where you hammer bare asses.
Yeah, and then the hammerer was cut from the game like 2 months later.
I love it.
It was perfect. Oh, there we go. Our first time actually running around as our avatar. This doesn't make any real kind of flow sense. Like we're out at the remote station, and now we're in the avatar suit rather than having
Where
us
the hell-
actually like control the
where did
avatar
your-
suit.
But where did your avatar come from? Like,
head over to meet Dr. Harper and
Apparently it's been sitting out here. I don't
so
know.
they shipped it out there,
He's a
just
smart
let it
guy.
stay
You'll
there.
like
Like,
it.
it's not like you just hop in the nearest one. The
Yeah, they're
the
super
lore of
specialized.
the world is there's a specific one that's like tied to you, which we just saw you jump in to test at the other place.
Tree of Vision allows you to teleport to other activated trees of vision on the map. Wait, so I have 2 different teleport mechanisms? One for... Alright, this could maybe... I could see this maybe being... You could maybe do something really interesting with these kind of mechanics. Like, you could have a game where it's like, okay, you've got 2 different controls. Like, okay, let's say you've got a giant Hulkbuster style suit, and so you're running around doing your normal kind of crap. Cell samples collected. Okay, 50% sector challenge complete. So you need to keep track of like where you've left your suit.
Your body?
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Your body. So let's just say your body. Yeah. So you're running around, and you got your body in one place, and you got your other smaller body in another place, and you got to keep track of where you left each of them. So maybe you need to jump into your bigger body to move it over to somewhere because you're going to need it there later. I mean, at the very least, like, there's probably going to be... As an avatar, they're less aggressive. Killing inoffensive creatures and plants will not yield experience points. What? That's lame. I should be able to... I don't get why they would be less... Well, I guess because I'm bigger. Maybe it's just because I'm bigger. They're like, oh, you're tall. We're going to leave you alone.
Dr. Harper.
But yeah, so you got to move your body around. At the very least, I would expect to see mechanics like, all right, there's certain areas of the map that you can only get to as an avatar, or you've got like avatar-specific abilities that let you traverse certain areas. You know, Zelda-style kind of thing.
Then we'll get along just
Amy,
fine.
that's a
Would have
trash
been a good
can.
opportunity for them
Go and assist
to
my
do like a discovery / callback with those flowers. Like, perhaps they don't contract when you're in your avatar body. You know, to keep
Maybe.
going back to our examples.
Also, I do have jumping. I can jump. I keep forgetting that I can jump. I don't think it does anything meaningful. All right, another cell sample. Yay!
You, listen, noob. I need you to grab.
Listen, noob.
You ain't afraid of a few carnivorous plants, are you?
You ain't
What's
afraid
a
of a
deadly
few
flower among
what's
friends?
deadly flower among
We aren't
friends?
and you need to learn
I'm
to
suddenly like, I don't get why the whole Avatar
survive on
thing.
this rock.
I mean, I guess it kind of okay, so it makes sense because
Just grab your
in
samples of
it's like,
chalice
all
and
right, the
slip
atmosphere is
into the
toxic, so this lets us explore, you know, a little bit more safely because, you know, we can remotely control these avatars from inside the safety of a base. And, you know, there's kind of a generic sort of utility to it that you wouldn't necessarily have as a really... Okay, the red guys still attack me? I don't know. That you wouldn't necessarily have if you were, like, walking around in a mech. But the thing is these avatar suits, like, being a skinwalker is, like, super expensive. Like, these things are wicked expensive. And super specialized and, like, really hard to grow and all of that stuff. So getting hit by things you can't actually see. Cool. Also, I still have all this... Wait, no, I've got completely different abilities? And they moved heal in the thing. Okay. I don't know, I just kind of don't get it. I'm gonna get it. It's just a sci-fi trope. It's a conceit for the sake of the movie. It's for the wall of green. Okay, what do these do? Alright, I've got stealth again, still. Alright. These dogs are... Alright, I got a ground pound. I need a melee attack.
Yeah, everything is ranged. I also like, again, that this is supposed to be some kind of sonic attack of the dogs, but it literally physically throws them away.
It is okay that all of my abilities are, like, cooldown based, though. I don't mind that.
So, like I was saying earlier, I don't like that the cooldown, like, in this weird pie shape. It's hard to tell, like...
Exactly how long it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's reasonably clear when it's done, though. Also, this
Yeah.
is stupid. So, I've got this quest where I've got to go here, and these dogs are all aggro. Like, they're automatically attacking me. I didn't aggro them, but I don't get experience from them. And the lock on... So those the yellow triangles, or the yellow diamonds are the indicator of the auto target. But for whatever reason, it doesn't want to latch onto this dog. There we go. Just die. Stay dead. Alright. New rewards available. Cool. Let's just gather our samples and go. A chalice sample. Alright. This really is just a bad WoW quest. It's a lot of just...
This whole thing is like a poorly designed WoW area.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, on some level, can you blame them? Like popular game at the time.
True. True. Alright, sector sample. Okay, is that a hidden area? I kind of see a path going off back this way. Oh, we're going off. We're going off the grid. And we found nothing. There is nothing back here. There are no collectibles or secrets. It's just a dead end. Good to know the game is really going to reward exploration.
So Dan, is there any new YouTube news?
Like, oh, in general about YouTube, aside
Yeah.
from YouTube still being
Stuff
plagued with,
going on.
like, I mean, YouTube's still a hive of racists.
Oh, perfect.
So there's that. I don't know
Well,
if that counts.
Yeah, I said new.
That's just, yeah, new.
So-
Well, you also said, yeah, new and news. And that's neither new nor news. So, there's that. Okay, I do need to talk to them. I do need to interact with them in order to activate them. Because, as you can see, they don't turn red until you talk to them. Talk to the plant. Teleport through the plant. Wait, no, there's my quest markers. Is actually just a little north of me. Oh, child abuse YouTuber. Yeah. All right. In the natural evolution of it's just a prank, bro. Recently, some semi-popular YouTubers have been getting into hot water for basically just abusing their kids and calling it pranks and posting it on the internet for everybody to see. It's
Oh, great.
yeah. Yeah.
As part
So-
of the Jimmy Kimmel show,
You've done well, Ryder. I had my doubts, but you seem to
just
have a
the
good head
natural
on you.
evolution of tell your kids you ate their
Thanks.
candy.
Yes. Yes. So the natural evolution of tell kids you ate their candy would be things like, rather than just telling your kids you ate their candy, it would be smashing their Xbox in front of them and then posting it online. But it's okay because you bought them a new one afterwards.
Right, that doesn't cause any lasting psychological trauma or anything like that.
Yeah. One of the big one that got everybody's attention was a air quote prank involving invisible ink, or like basically they trashed the house and then blamed the kid. So they brought the kids in, the two kids, and we're like, you know, and they're swearing, like they're just outright like screaming at these kids and like cursing at them. And they're, I want to say like 7 and 9 or something like that, or like 5 and 9. So they're both under the age of 10, and they're just screaming at the kid like, what did you do to this? Did you do the house? Why did you do this? Why did you wreck all this stuff? Like, what? Look at this mess that you made. And like this goes on for like minutes on end, and this kid's having a like just breakdown because they didn't do this. Like, no, I didn't, you know, and just, you know, accusing the kid of lying because the kid didn't do it. So the kid's having this complete breakdown over being accused of, you know, doing a thing they did not do. And, yeah. Oh, did I need to kill this thing? I wasn't paying attention to what my actual quest is.
Oh.
Fighting the infection. Euthanize 6 sturm beasts. Alright, so that means shoot. Oh, he's just gonna stomp me to death. Wow. Don't get caught by them.
Don't do it.
Use recover. Oh, there we go. I got a second wind as an avatar. Oh, man, they mess you up real good. But I still got more recover. Am I invincible? I am like unto a god.
Oh man. Recover, recover.
Yeah. But so anyway, so yeah, people started rightfully freaking out at these people for abusing their children. Because this was just the one that got attention, but they've been doing like all kinds of stuff, and they're all the same. It's basically like, okay, scream at the children, accuse them of doing stuff that they didn't do, breaking their things. One of them, I think they like convinced the kid that they were just going to abandon him.
My God.
You know, and the thing is like if you go down the list of like all of these different pranks, a lot of them are like the exact kind of things that you hear. That it's like, okay, somebody's doing a sort of tell-all on like being abused by their parents, like it's like the stuff that their parents pulled, and it's like it's exactly the same. It's like, oh, they would constantly like, you know, tell me that they were gonna like leave me at the grocery store if I didn't behave myself. They would, you know, they would break my things and then apologize for it later. Like, yeah, they would buy me new stuff, but like they would break it in front of me. Like they would make me watch as they like burnt my stuff or like threw it in the garbage. You know, it's stuff like that. Like it's just straight up emotional and psychological abuse. And they're just posting it all online as pranks. Just a prank, bro.
I am notoriously approximately 3 days behind the internet, but I was also gone and didn't look at the internet at all for a while. So, this is a thing I had not heard about until just now.
I need you to follow Tangela.
Yeah.
I just learned he's the link to the
Yeah.
mole, and I need that mole right now.
That's horrifying.
What the hell's going
Not
on?
okay.
I'm shutting down the Navi.
I'm glad we
once
can
and
all
for
agree that
the
it's not
only
okay.
loose end is that mole. Follow Tangela, and he'll lead you straight to him.
Oh, and then yeah, so they start getting pushback. They start getting pushback from the internet for, you know, abusing their children for other people's entertainment. And then they posted a video where they have one of the kids like explain, "No, it's totally cool. I'm just acting. It's all a performance. I like it. I enjoy this and am in no way being
That's not
coerced
abuse.
into making this video to, yeah." It's like, I'm sorry, kid. You're like 9. You cannot consent to basically anything. Like, yeah.
Oh man.
What
Also,
do
I
I?
don't know if I believe that any kid is that good of an actor.
Yeah, it's just, it's all kinds of messed up. It's awful. It's bad. The world is kind of sucks sometimes. Now I'm gonna have to fight like 800 of these wolves again. And the best way to fight them is to just kind of run backwards, because they constantly, like, they want to try to get behind you. Oh, hey, this gun, however, has infinite ammo in an infinite clip, so I can just hold that down. Cool.
You mostly explored this entire area, though.
Yeah, but my quest marker's over here. I have. It's not as big as it looked at first blush.
Yeah, it looks like whoa, but it's not as big as you think.
Largely because it's also a lot emptier than it looked at first blush. Viper Wolf culling, 50% complete. Woohoo! I've got 50% of the Viper Wolves in this area are dead. Operation Ecological Disaster is going well.
Hey, if you can kill all of the Viper Wolves, maybe the whole ecosystem will collapse and you can just walk in and take all the unobtainium.
Yeah, we'll just,
They'll have to change the name of it at that point, though.
it'll be very obtainium.
So obtainium?
Ultra obtainium.
Much obtain.
Hyper obtainium.
Uber obtaindium. It's obtaindium.
Oh yeah, it's got to be past tense because we just
Yeah.
took it all.
Obtaindium.
No, there we go. There we go. I think that's the perfect one. Is switching it from unobtainium to obtainedium.
Obtained.
It has been obtained.
It has been obtained. Yum.
What's Lord of Cinder saying? What the? I'm trying to find.
Yeah, I'll check it out. You keep playing.
Remember the reaction guy who put laxatives in his 3-year-old daughter's ice cream? Oh, I gotta scroll up to see that one. Put 3 laxatives in his 3-year-old daughter's ice cream, and he filmed it. I missed that one, but like I am lightly, only mildly jokingly of the opinion that anyone who starts a prank channel should just be like rounded up and sent to jail.
Eventually, they're gonna go too far.
Like, before they've even posted a video. Like, yeah, sure, pre-crime, whatever. Like, oh, you started a prank channel? Like, it's basically conspiracy to commit future crimes. Yeah. Just like, Vine stars. We should probably just send them to jail too. It's just a matter of time. I mean, and it's unfortunate that you can jokingly be that broad because it ends up with a lot of people.
Because now I want to play that.
There is, yes, there have been a couple Minority Report games. I think one of them is actually kind of okay. I don't have any of them, but I think I do think there is at least one decent Minority Report game. CJ's so cool. There's a horror movie about revenge against dudes with a prank channel. A guy they end up hurting really badly murders 5 dudes who had a prank channel. Oh, that sounds like a lovely comedy.
It's like The Purge, but
It's you.
but comedy.
You're the mole. Is that what you're here
Yeah.
for? Find the mole. Well, you did it. I'm the mole.
Yeah, I know. Rastafarian Pilgrim. That's why. Sorry. That's actually where I was kind of going with that last little comment before I got distracted again. It's unfortunate that we can kind of generalize about Vine like that, but you end up, because it was really popular with a lot of minority subcultures. Like, Vine really did become a popular platform for artistic expression among a lot of groups of people who really otherwise don't necessarily have a well-defined, space, welcomed space on the internet. So the fact that it was at the same time also infested with rapists who were using it to build fan bases where they could groom victims. Yeah.
Give it up, Harper.
Yeah.
Don't make
Like,
this
it's not, it's
The Navi could use you. It's now or
it's
never.
unfortunate.
We're 2
you know.
avatars against these guys. We can take them.
It's
Let's do it
hard.
right now. Right
Tough.
now.
Well, it's
Time's
the
up.
same,
Right.
it's the same
I order you to shoot
conversation had about Twitter.
Yeah,
where,
Twitter
like,
and you, yeah.
Twitter, the further down you scroll in any thread, there's much like YouTube comments, but like you also have some genuinely, like, you have some comedians who, like, they've mastered that medium, and it's a great space for them. But you also have this influx of just horrible people. But I mean, it's just the nature of the internet.
We have the advantage.
Wait, what the hell's going on here? We're 2 avatars. We have the advantage. What, I gotta I don't care about either of these.
Oh no.
That's an order.
Take Harper out. That's an order. We're 2 avatar. What? Do I care?
We can take out the groups.
Ryder, we're 2 avatars.
Yeah, let's just go RDA. Let's...
Are Are you gonna shoot the guy or the avatar?
I shot the avatar. We're male 01. Chat was right. Male 01 is a company man all the way.
Oh, no.
Also, this dude got a lot of hit points. That is a lot of hit points. He is taking a very long time to die.
This in the not specifically.
This was not canonical.
But the moment of like someone else spent enough time in an avatar body that they like started to side with the avatars. I don't remember. Like I remember him becoming that eventually by spending time with them. But was there someone who'd already gone down that path and became sort of like a foreshadowing?
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention, but I think that's this dude, and so the whole thing's really stupid because they've actually got his body just like sitting in a tank back home.
They could have just like ripped him out, right?
They
a vegetable, but
they could have, yeah, like
Ryder.
they could have just ejected him. I don't see why any of that needed to happen. Wars begun.
so someone in chat says no. This concept of someone having already been too long in the avatar body was not in the film. This is part of the game.
Was it not in the film? I mean, it's been 8 years, so I'm gonna trust. I'm gonna trust whoever's in chat. Whoever's in chat saying that. I'm just gonna trust you implicitly. Like I believe you.
Yay!
I don't need any sort of confirmation there. Your word is as good as law. Oh no, birds! Birds throwing our helicopter down.
When do you get to fly on the weird wind horses?
Oh, that's gonna suck.
When are you gonna meet any other avatar or any other Na'vi that aren't avatars? You've just been killing dogs for an hour and a half.
I have, haven't I? The guy who died was... Wait, did we just shoot the protags? Right, because so that's the whole thing. Right, that's the start of the movie, is that they bring Gruffy McBeefcake in because his twin brother was an Avatar pilot.
You've got to go for help.
But he's
There's an
dead.
RDA mining camp a few mics
Yeah, but what did he die of? How did he die?
Don't worry.
I
I'll be
don't
fine.
remember,
I've got a full
but
clip.
he couldn't have died while
Any
being
vultures
attached to
can
the
call it, and that
avatar
don't
because we
surprise.
know that if you destroy your body while you're in the avatar, you just stay in the avatar.
Wait, is that what happens? Is that
Yeah,
how that
because
works?
remember- yeah, at the end of the like burns his body up and just stays a Na'vi.
No, because they have to do the whole thing at like the very, very end where like the Na'vi like get the Jizz tree to be like inject him permanently into the thing. Remember where it's like pumping the Avatar body full of white stuff, and it's like this has gross implications.
Right. Okay. Oh, maybe I'm just thinking like they threatened to burn his body while he's in the avatar? Because his body can't defend itself? Maybe I'm thinking of that.
I know there's consequences for being in the Avatar too long, because it is a threat.
Yeah, you start to like go to, to use a really problematic phrase, you start to go native.
Yeesh.
Like.
But I mean, you know what? That's kind of where they're going with that. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, I can fix it. Yay! I get a sector challenge for installing APODs.
Like if you actually if you stop and look at from the perspective of like American colonialists deciding to abandon their puritanical villages and live with Native Americans, and then being seen by the puritanical colonialists as like, you know, horrible, like they've gone crazy and savage and like now they live in the woods. Like that's the same concept that the humans have of like someone who stays in the avatar bodies too long or spends too much time like appreciating the Na'vi culture.
I don't know. I feel like in the movie there was actually like biological side effects.
There definitely also were, yes.
Like
But
that
I
they
don't think-
tried to give it some kind of diegetic justification. Like it's like, oh well, if you stay in the machine too long. I mean, in this case, it kind of actually did sort of really
maybe your
work as
muscles would
a diet. Yeah, because it's like, oh well, you know, you're controlling a Navi body, but you're actually like keep it. I mean, it's like we're sitting here playing a video game, but it's like no, we're really. It's like I'm not actually controlling a dude, controlling a whatever. Like I am just sitting in my basement playing a video game. So there is kind of that element of like, it's like, well, you do need to keep in mind, like your body is still just back at base, lying in a tube. You know, you're plugged into the matrix. If you stay plugged in too long, like your muscles are going to atrophy and your brain's going to get fried out because we're actually busy like scraping it for data every, you know, millisecond, every nanosecond.
Right.
We're hijacking your entire
Okay, now I need to look some stuff up. So that was the threat then. I think that was the only threat, was like your body would just like, if it wasn't being used, then
your body would go to crap. No, I feel like there was.
I'm looking it up.
There's got to be more. There had to have been more to it than just like. Yeah, there had to be more to it than just like, oh, it's like going into space. Your bones kind of turn to crap.
You lose bone density.
You lose bone density. Like it had to be more than just that. Also, we fell off a cliff, but it got us away from the viper walls. So I keep getting experience. New rewards available. Press triangle. Okay, weapons, armor, skills. Skills are just... Oh right, I got that Zeta field thing. Berserk.
Okay,
Yeah.
so solving another mystery.
Yeah.
Humans cannot live on Pandora without breathing gear, as the atmosphere is toxic to humans, containing lethal levels of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide.
Okay.
So it is stuff that's not necessarily corrosive to skin, but would be bad to breathe.
Yeah. So it's just straight up toxic.
So they did explain it, but this is the wiki, that it should have been in the game, or the movie. Maybe it was in the movie, I don't remember.
Maybe they just feel like audiences can't handle words like hydrogen sulfide. I gotta say, this game's not bad. It's not very good. I'm not feeling cheated by it. I mean, nothing about it's like straight up broken. The controls are a little weird. Like the controls are a little floaty. The animation's a little clunky, but at the same time you can kind of just go like, oh, well, it was 9 years ago. Even though, like, there is a very disproportionate amount of polish on different areas of the game. Like, for a 2009 game, like, this much foliage and stuff that they're throwing on screen, like, yeah, that's actually, like, a lot of stuff to put up there. But then, as a result of that, you end up with all of this screen tearing on the PS3. You know, any given frame looks pretty decent, but then the animations are all kinds of inconsistent. some are really good, but then nudging a boat into the water is just the boat like
Nudge, 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 nudge.
flopping away from you.
Thank you.
So it's still like I don't know. I feel like they could have distributed their energy a little bit more evenly over the game. Really got all of it up to a consistent level instead of, you know, kind of being all over the place. They probably, like, I can see this definitely being a situation where it really should have been a lot more linear. I don't know why they decided to go the, like, hey, faux MMO route. Like, Borderlands was cool. That was a game that tried to be an MMO and then stopped being an MMO because they couldn't afford to make it into an MMO. We should also have a game that plays like that. And it's like, yes, this is a good idea. This is a thing we should do.
Side note, interesting Avatar lore. Apparently, in the original script, they added in a character who was killed while, like, the Avatar was killed while he was in it. And
Yeah.
apparently, this caused some, like, crazy mental trauma because he felt himself die and then was, like, back alive in his human body. And that was like a whole subplot in the original script.
I could see that being appropriately disorienting. Yeah. Yeah,
So
no,
apparently if your
that sounds like
avatar dies,
horror.
You're fine.
You're fine. Yeah, cuz you're still you know, you're still alive. You're still you. You're just you're playing a video game. You're lying in a tube controlling a very realistic drone is what you're doing.
Yeah.
So it's more forgiving than either Matrix rules or
Well, going from that end, but
Sword
we're trying
Art.
to figure out what happens if your human body dies while your brain's in your avatar. That's what I'm trying to find out. We were talking about it.
Yeah, no, I would assume you just die. Like that would be because you're just controlling a drone. It's like, all right, if I've got a VR headset on and I die in game, it's probably pretty disorienting because you're experiencing it in, you know, a sort of fidelity that you're not used to. But if my body dies, well, I'm in a VR headset, then I die because I am my body.
Okay, yes, that makes complete sense.
Oh, I think the game crashed on me.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it just hard crashed the PlayStation. Yep.
Ooh.
Yep. All right. Woo!
Woo!
Oh, and then I hit the wrong button as I reached over to the...
And here's a perfect example. Your avatar of your guy in the game just crashed, but you're fine.
I'm not buying Disco Dante Completionist. I'm not loading that game ever again. I'm not paying money. I'm not rewarding Dante's Inferno in any way, shape, or form. All right, it's gonna be brushing Amy time, assuming she, nah, she don't wanna.
Oh, she was curling up to
Where's-
sleep upstairs.
There we go. We got Amy's brush. while I try to figure this out.
Oh, a kitty.
Alright, guys. Anna's gone. What should we talk about? Besides fluffy cat butt. Oh, alright, cat. Cat. And she's gone again. Oh, shush. Oh,
And
because-
oh no, I moved the Amycam frame. Gotta get it lined up again.
She's so antsy today. She just does not want to sit still. She doesn't want anyone telling her what to do today.
She is. She's pretty. Oh, come on. Wait, why is the game not responding to my controller? Oh, there we go. All right, continue. Where are we going to be at?
Oh, yay, Avatar.
All right, male 01. Amy wants to take off. All right. All right. We're not that far behind. It basically back to the entrance to
On
the.
Pandora, danger is all around you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude. There's the door. And crash. Oh.
Good one, Derek.
Yeah.
Not all male
Yeah.
ones.
Not. Yeah.
I say we get this hashtag trending. This is our response to not all men.
Is everything in the game the same vague, flat, green, gray, brown color scheme? Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes,
In
it
fact,
is.
so here's one of the things, like, because this is a good time to talk about this. So as we come in here, we have this thing as a feature of the room, and it stands out by virtue of not looking like an up-res of a Half-Life 1 texture. One of the major things that Avatar did really, really well that made it so, visually evocative for a lot of people actually had to do with light. And this is also what made the 3D so engrossing for a lot of people was, all of its floating points of light that it used, and a lot of the plants on Pandora, like the things that made it all special and alien but inviting was the heavy use of bioluminescence as a visual thing. And to this point, we have seen none of that. Now, granted, in the movie, that stuff doesn't show up until Sergeant No Legs starts to explore being a Navi more, but we've already seen the movie.
I would be interested to see how the Avatar world
ridiculous.
is
Look
it
around.
at Universal or
They're
whatever?
destroying
Like
my
the
people.
actual theme park,
You don't have to tell me.
like compares
Now,
like
don't worry.
the experience
Scorpion's your
there,
best bet to get through.
the designed
Keep the
experience
pedal down and you'll be fine.
there it's done versus how horrible this game is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, this game not horrible. It's
Okay.
not very
Horrible
good.
strong.
Oh,
Horrible strong.
Amy.
I'll
Oh, you're
take
cutting
horrible back.
wires. You're cutting wires, Amy. What are you gonna? How are you gonna get out of there? I would show you all, but she's like stuck under the camera. She somehow made it out without pulling absolutely everything down. Now, the game here, let's talk a bit about mechanically about RPG-ish elements and how they are beyond pointless in this game. So, if we got all of our stuff, right? And to the best I can figure out, all right. Let's go back here. So you start here and you got your stuff, and basically at every XP milestone, you unlock a predetermined package of stuff. So right now, we've got where are we? We've got the current XP is 39,000. So we got the perfection pack. Right now we have the perfection pack, which gives us this. It's linear. It is just there's no different choices to make with the XP, and I have seen like no actual opportunities to gain more. And even if you did, like, this is not a game that's gonna let you go dick around and farm devil wolves for 2 hours so that you can unlock the nail gun hammer 3 8 missions before you're supposed to actually supposed to get it. So there's no reason for that to be an XP track. Like, it's so tightly limited in terms of like what you're gonna get. It might as well just be linear unlocks. Like, oh, you've reached this mission, we're going to give you stuff. Your abilities just got better. And now here's the thing that I'm wondering, like, do I in fact need to now go equip health pack 2? No. So these all automatically upgraded. Like, they're just better now. So yeah. XP is a lie here. It doesn't mean anything. It's pointless. Also, I'm supposed to... Where exactly do I need to stand? There we go. The control scheme is now available.
Like, the game is visually pretty. Some of the movements of things aren't so pretty. But all of these little jarring issues with the design itself is, I don't know, it just
Oh, there we go. It's thumbsticks to take off.
really brings it down multiple notches on the scale of goodness.
Oh, this thing don't control good at all. Oh, this is not. This is unpleasant.
Oh, fun.
Oh, where do I need to go, and how can I get there as fast as humanly possible? Oh. Oh, make it stop. Make it stop. How do I land?
This is really funny to watch.
I think I got a bird stuck under... Yeah, I got a bird stuck underneath. There we go. Put it out of its...
I couldn't save him. There was nothing I could do.
Why does this control so just not good?
Grab new firing circuits from the Samson wreckage.
Oh, the floating rocks. I know they in the movie they kind of tried to explain the floating rocks. They're like, "Oh, you got floating rocks. They're floated by the power of floatanium."
Floatanium. That's good.
I was gonna say floatstone, but floatstone's a thing in Civ Beyond Earth, and Civ Beyond Earth is good, and so I didn't want to.
Is that one of the air horses?
Wait, what?
You should have rode that. The air horses. This bot rides on. Like, the only reason the dude gets to stay in his avatar is because he like unites all the tribes by riding the big bad air horse.
Oh yeah. I'm sure we'll get to do that eventually. Like, we'll get to hit all of the major beats of the story. Also, there are now yellow wolves. Oh no, this is the entire game, isn't it? We're gonna be fighting these wolves for the entire game. This is it. This is what you fight. You fight these things. It's gonna be 8 hours of different flavors of Razor Wolf. Look, there's now an invisible one. That's the yellow ones. The yellow ones turn invisible. Great.
Okay.
Joy.
So we had normal, and then regen red one.
Then spicy. Yep.
And now ghost pepper.
Yeah.
Thank you, Garrett. 50 Shades of Wolves.
Alright, are we out of combat? Oh, there we go. My health is going back up.
Maybe you would have got to kill or play with more creatures if you hadn't shot that avatar and sided with the Na'vi.
Maybe? Maybe then we'd get to shoot some soldiers. We'd get to... If we shot the soldier instead of the Na'vi, then we would probably get to shoot a bunch of soldiers. I don't know, is it a completely diverging like path line quest that is it a completely diverging storyline? Like, is that your point where you get to go like, "Oh, we got two different plots to choose from."
I mean, at some point there has to be something that gave you quote-unquote XP as an avatar, because killing things didn't.
Yeah, probably because it was going to be... It would be soldiers. You'd just be shooting soldiers for ever and a day.
I think that you also, by killing the avatar...
There's so many.
There's a lot. I think by also killing the avatar, you've turned this even more into a general, like, military game in green landscape instead of desert.
I can put this to you.
Yeah. There we go. Now are we free to talk to...
All set.
All set. Thumbs up. Load up. Banshee Nest. We got Frosty Tangos in the LZ.
I saw an abandoned camp I want to check out.
Frosty Tangos in the LZ. It's gonna be even better. That joke's just gonna age super well because eventually we'll be fighting Na'vi, and the Na'vi are blue. And see, look, we just unlocked the Conquest Pack, which has a bunch of that stuff in it. Cool. I don't know why any of this stuff's gated. It doesn't seem...
Why are you still collecting samples of these wolves?
Wait, was I?
Yeah.
I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. I'm just gonna tweet about Frosty Tangos. We've got Frosty Tangos in the LZ. This is like, okay, so I'm really enjoying going back through a lot of last gen games. I think it's really kind of funny slash hilarious slash interesting to view, you know, the greatest hits and misses of mechanical design and various trends through those years. But with that, like, I'm kind of slowly realizing that there's going to be a lot of Frosty Tangos in the future of doing this. Like, a lot of Frosty Tangos. Alright, how did I go up again? What were the controls? Am I even in the right thing? Is this what I needed to do?
Oh, you're never in the right thing in this game.
Oh, yeah. Now I remember. I need to... Okay, Banshee nests while I'm getting bombarded by spores. Are you supposed to avoid those? Is there any conceivable way to avoid... God, frick, mother...
So, on a scale of walking as a human to boat on land, what are the controls of this hovercopter?
So, okay, so the hovercopter uses a different control scheme than all of the other vehicles that we've used. Which, I mean, to a degree, kind of makes sense, because it is dramatically different than all of the others. But, like, it doesn't... The controls that the other ones used, even the ones that they could have just duplicated, like, you know, kept using for, like, okay, well, which controls make you go forwards and backwards? They opted to not keep those. So instead of L1 and R1 being forwards and backwards like they are in all of the other vehicles, L1 is now, or R1 is now guns. L1 doesn't do anything. Oh. And aiming is a massive pain in the ass. So you use your right stick for elevation and yaw.
I see.
But that means that you don't really have fine control for pitch. Which, yeah. So, then the left stick is your actual, like, move around, you know, in space, left, right, forward, back. While you're moving, the R stick doesn't respond like it used to. Like, it's, I don't know, it's really hard to change altitude. Oh, wait, I'm back on the ground? What? Oh, okay. Where am I? Do I need to... Wait, do I need to destroy these from the ground now? What's going on? Yeah, the controls are bad. I would rather be a boat on land. I would really rather be a boat on land. Boat on land was hilarious. Boat on land also just was slow, but controlled the way you would kind of expect a boat on land to control. In that it controlled like a boat in the water, only like it was on land. You know, it really kind of just explains itself. I don't need to justify this. But those airships, like those helicopters, the orcas do not control well at all. They're intensely frustrating, and I need to find one. I need to find an orca so I can get in it, so I can shoot the rest of these nests, so I can turn in the bear asses that I need in order to advance what this thing calls a plot. So yeah, did that answer the question?
Yep. Good job. You did it good.
I have a car. I have a car and some dead bodies. I don't know why the Navi's arrows are so big.
Because they're big.
Yeah, but their arrows are like absurdly thick. It's just the laws of physics are actually in their favor. Like, they're so big that they could really use sticks. They could make arrow shafts that are just as long but even thinner, and they would be super duper powerful as a result. Like, they don't need to be tree trunks.
Maybe none of the tree branches grow that skinny here.
Oh, can we... Oh, right, we already determined that hitting things in a car doesn't actually do any damage. And this is not... Okay, that's not going to help us. Oh. Oh.
Another vehicle.
Oh, now I done mucked it up. Alright. No, I got in. I wanted to try to bump it, but it didn't work. And now I'm getting... Yeah. Oh, I got... Wait, why do I have recover in this form? Also, there's a lot of Navi here, and they're not happy with me.
Well, you did kind of kill one of those avatar things.
But I do get 50 XP for every one of them that I kill.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah. Alright,
There's no moral implications.
I don't think I'm getting...
For the ethics of Avatar, the movie, the game.
Oh, wow. That hurt. I mean, not actually, like, that did barely anything to my hit points, but emotionally that one hurt.
Yeah, that hurt.
Like, that was a very meaty hit, but...
You,
I don't think I'm getting my car back, though.
How far off do you think we are from UIs in helmets of soldiers granting them achievements and XP while on literal battlefields?
Oh, gamifying actual combat?
Yeah.
Oh. I know that there are groups out there who would already be doing it if they could get away with it.
So you think that it's not a feasible gamification?
I think it's a too feasible gamification. Like, okay, so in the actual military, ethics are still, you know, a thing. Like, they're actually discussed quite heavily, even though from perhaps an outsider's perspective, the ethics of the military don't line up with what we would necessarily want them to be, especially depending on the, you know, the subject that we're discussing. Sexual assault in the military. Cough, cough. But no, generally speaking, like, they do spend a lot of time, like, talking about ethics and sort of the implications of various forms of engagement and like the psychological impact. And I don't think I can drive across that bridge. So also the other thing to keep in mind, like lest we accidentally paint this as though they're being like incredibly concerned with the well-being and morality of those decisions. A lot of the decision-making people in the military are old, and they're kind of fuddy-duddies, and they're in the military specifically because they're the kind of person who like actually distrusts technology and the outside world in a very deep way, and they would prefer to, you know, do it themselves, stick it to us, all of that stuff, whatever, you know, that mentality. This guy's I'm gonna wreck his day. Ah, no, they're gonna wreck mine.
Well, like, so, I mean, there's been all kinds of psychological studies about, like, they found that like, the reason they organize boot camp and groups of soldiers in the way that they do, you know, and give them kind of someone in command with each little section is because soldiers still won't actually like shoot at people. Like,
Yeah.
Like they
Yeah.
have mental blocks, which, like, even if they're concentrating and trying to shoot, they will.
Yes,
they will
most
shoot
most
off.
soldiers, even heavily trained soldiers, still don't shoot at people.
Yeah.
Like
Or,
by
like, just
instinct.
above, or yeah. So like, I wonder what somebody has had to have done some kind of study on what a gamification of that would be. And I mean, I even hesitate to use the word gamification because, you know, top.
Well, no, I mean, I think
that
it's the
concept
proper.
of,
I
like,
think it is
giving-
definitely the proper word to use in this context, because there's already been a lot of discussion about, like, particularly in the context of drone warfare, that drone warfare is, in a lot of ways, a form of gamification. It is placing a layer.
Between the killer and the target,
Yeah.
or the shooter and the target, we'll say.
Yeah. So in regards to, like, has, you know, how so going back to the original, like, how long are we from military just straight up putting, you know, confirmed kill headshot achievements on soldiers' HUDs?
Or like, here's some XP and you'll get promoted when you hit 15,000.
The cynic in me says, I don't know, tomorrow, if people could get away with it. No, I know that there are people out there who would do it if they could get away with it, because they know that it would be effective at mitigating what are seen as the unpleasant psychological side effects of having teenagers shoot brown people.
Yeah. Well, you'd also be, by adding that extra layer in a physical context, you know, it's one thing to add that layer of, like, having this interface and be seen through a camera and piloting a drone, which really does feel like a video game. I mean, you literally have basically...
Yeah, you're using the control
controller.
scheme and all of that, yeah.
But as, like, a physical person running around, you know, with that kind of, like, say, in your helmet hood, adding that layer, it's quite possible that it would add a literal, you know, psychological barrier, and it would make it psychologically easier, and perhaps even, I don't know, I would be...
I think the potential saving grace, like the thing that may
it would
protect
lower
us.
PTSD and stuff.
Well, I think the thing that protects us from that kind of absurd dystopia where we're incentivizing soldiers to, like, kill people because they're getting micro rewards is the that the people who are pushing for that kind of stuff themselves don't actually have combat experience, and so the realities of the demands of combat engagement is like, no, we can't have that because soldiers in that environment need to focus, and they can't have, stuff popping up. Like, they need to be, they need mission critical information at their disposal, and only mission critical information at their disposal. Like, anything extraneous is a distraction, and distractions cost lives. Like, that sort of pragmatism is probably the actual thing
Stopping it from happening.
Yeah.
I can see that. Asking the deep questions here on Avatar: The Game, The Game.
Thank you.
The game, le jeu.
The game, le jeu.
Le jeu.
Do you have the option of turning all the subtitles to French? I mean, you bought a French
Oh.
version, obviously.
Well, I mean, I brought a Canadian version, so probably not.
Boo, but it says le jeu.
I mean, I've got 3 volume controls, which I adjusted earlier. I can turn these back up. I'll turn them back to default. This is what the game sounded like when it loaded. Yeah, we're gonna accept these. So it's still down. I mean, I've still got the volume turned, down, so that it's not just like straight up overwhelming us. Here, I'll put it at minus. Actually, I'll leave it at minus 17 dB. Display. Game. No. The subtitles basically are just the subtitles. They're on, and that's it.
Darn it. They lied. They lied with their little le jeu.
Yeah, so Eric Vicaria also brings up another point. Like, this is going back, this is kind of developing on the same idea that this kind of gamification would have negative impacts on actual in the field operations. Is that if you gamified war, well, it could very much lead to poor tactical decisions. Soldiers taking unnecessary risks because they're caught up in the gamified aspects, dimensions like that. So I think that's the thing that would ultimately be, that ultimately stands between us and a horrifying dystopia. However, that said,
That makes sense.
I fully see. Okay, so the military is already in a lot of ways intensely gamified, and has been for, millennia, in regards to things like, okay, for certain activities, we give you rewards, and some of those just feel kind of emotionally natural, that it's like, oh, well, if somebody risks their life to save, other people, if they perform some intense heroic act, and this goes for soldiers as well, this goes for civilians as well as soldiers, we feel compelled to acknowledge that. But so out of that,
There's a difference, though, between that being a post facto sort of thing, where you get it because you did it, and that being the end goal of somebody. You don't hear many people saying they're aiming to get Medal X or whatever,
Well, I mean, yes and no, because then within the military, there are a lot of micro rewards, that you get for completing certain kinds of training, or completing a certain number of missions, or, doing certain tours, or serving in a certain unit, or getting, qualifications and stuff like that. You get patches, you get medals, you get bars, you get, a special hat, you get frills, and so there already is that. So I think what we would potentially see with further technological integration is you would be seeing just more data tracking. You know, so it's like, okay, well, we can, you know, based off of your camera and your HUD, like, we know what you've been doing and what you've been up to and what you've actually, like, you know, how many actual confirmed kills do you have?
Right.
And then taking that and turning that into even more, you know, micro acknowledgements.
So, I mean, going back a little bit though, so you were talking about to the part of the possibility of it not hitting, of, you know, the micro achievements and stuff is causing soldiers to take unnecessary risks to, you know, to get this or that reward or, you know, extra XP or whatever. But there's the easiest way to avoid that, though, is already built into the system of gamification. It's giving higher rewards for smarter decisions, or also granting XP for like other activities like building sandbags, walls, and like those sorts of things that, you know, they do on their time where they're not literally out shooting people. You know, giving people downtime. Like your bar and WoW, when you leave your guy locked out in the city long enough, you come back, you get double XP for a while. Like if you're out on a mission, you just are killing time in the tents. Like you get something for that.
I mean, I think
it's already built into the system for them to also avoid that. So there's got to be another deeper reason that they haven't gone that way yet.
I mean, I think this would go to my sort of like fuddy-duddy, like just the military mindset that it's like, no, you don't get rewarded for building sandbags while you're back at camp because you're a private and that's your job and you will do it. And, you know, I don't care if you complain about it. You will do your job because you're a military boy. You know, so I think in a lot of ways, like that level, like that kind of granularity of gamification is very much antithetical to the mindset of the people who are actually in charge of the military.
Now that makes more sense. That the system of gamification is in direct contradiction with the do it for the greater good, do it for your unit, do it for the guy next to you aspect of military life, squad tactics.
Yeah, the messages that are already built into
each of those styles of like training.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, it's definitely interesting to think about. And now all of what we've been talking about here, I could see police doing this crap.
Yeah, because you're more individual, so it's not as like it's not as contradicted by the unit.
Yeah, by the hierarchy, by the by the hierarchy, by the framework, by the like mentality. I mean, in a lot of ways, like the militarization of police is a huge problem, specifically because police don't have quite the same regulating culture. Like, it's kind of weird to say that, like, oh, well, the military has a regulating culture. But, you know, it kind of does, just by virtue of the fact that they're, like, so conservative that they're, like, really fuddy-duddy about a lot of ideas. Like, no, we do it the old-fashioned way. And there's so much hierarchy, and there's so much, like, emphasis on sort of perpetual training, because the thing is that soldiers really do have, like, professional soldiers have a tremendous amount of downtime, whereas police officers have a day job.
Right.
So the incorporation of, like, military hardware into police operations is, like, a huge problem. And so I could definitely see some you know, small city police department deciding like, oh no, we're totally gonna go like hog wild on this idea, and we're gonna put in like all of these like crazy incentives, and like I could see that happening, because again, like in that sort of a scope, like really you're talking about, you know, like, okay, a police department in a small but wealthy suburb probably only has like 50 employees.
Well, and you also, in that case, because of that, you could incentivize those like smaller jobs with gamification of like making sure your paperwork is done properly and like within a certain amount of time, and you know, you have like,
Yeah,
you
I
could
mean, but
gamify the
realistically,
entirety of a cop job.
yeah, I mean, but realistically, like, this is kind of why it is a bit of a horror story, is that the police, the smaller police stations, the small rich police stations that do go in on this like heavy militarization stuff, they're not going to gamify the small stuff because they don't actually care, because they are like, they're playing soldier. Like, that's the point of it, is they're living out a power fantasy and being in a, you know, rich suburb lets them get away with doing that.
Well, and I mean, you know, where I'm from in Michigan, like cops have, and I'm sure this is the same in different areas or similar for different reasons, but like there's quotas. There's like quotas
Yeah.
that cops, you know, they're supposedly, you know, they're spoken, but they're not called quotas, but it's like, you better make sure you write X amount of tickets in this month.
Their performance metrics.
And, yeah, and they're like, so if you, I mean, that's like round-based system for gamifying things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, they're such a small step away from that. Okay, now this is a horrifying thing to think about. Because that is where it could get really scary. You know, when you're talking about it in the sense of like the military, like they're already out doing certain things.
Mm-hmm.
But
like, you think about it, like, does
individualized, they still have to follow, you know, like their group, and cops, you know, they have laws they have to follow, essentially.
yeah,
But, like,
theory, yeah.
but there's already, you know, as we've seen, there's internally of like the cops, you know, not wanting internal investigations against their own, like they're really closed off, tight-knit.
Yeah. You know, and I think the greatest indicator of basically any any police station that owns a Bearcat, like any of the ones that bought a Bearcat from the military, not a bear ass, a Bearcat. We're different, close, but we're slightly related but different subject. You know, any of them that bought a Bearcat, you know, a armored, you know, armored personnel vehicle, or any of those absurdities, like any of the ones that went out and bought something like that, like those would be the ones that would be, I think, ripe for that kind of just awful decision, like, because those are the guys who are going to think that it's going to be like totally super cool and awesome to okay, I've got a stationary gun here. Is this used on anything? All right. You know, who are going to think this, like, oh yeah, this could be a great idea. Like, we're gonna just straight up gamify your ticket quotas, and then it's going to turn into, you know, other things really quick, because they're going to think it's fun and cool.
So that's where it
yeah.
starts, and then it just, they keep adding, you know, things to give ways to. Whew.
All right.
So who in chat is a writer? They're going to write the dystopian novel of gamified police force.
Gamified militarized police force.
Yeah, police tank. So Rastafarian Pilgrim. So yeah, a Bearcat is it's a wheeled tank, basically. Like it's an APV, but it's got so wheels instead of treads. So in theory, it's meant for roads, but it's not really meant for roads because it's so heavy and the wheels are so big and it's awful. And is this my backup? All right, I finally. All right, back on track here. I am now back in one of the helicopters. All right, let's see how long until I crash this one. See, like this would be great. Like I can't pitch up to just aim at that one there. There we go. There we go. Objective completed. I literally only needed one more. Oh my, oh. I only needed one more. All of that running around and I only needed one more. This is awful. No, that was it. That was it. I hopped in, shot one, and I was done.
I'm paying attention to chat, Pilgrim.
I wasn't calling you out. I was highlighting because you were saying it in a better police tank. It's a thing. I got distracted by the fact that I've been just wasting so much time, and I'm slowly starting to slip into this game actually being awful and not just being kind of mediocre.
Hello, Ragnar. I'm going to keep
I
this
was already on the train of it's bad way back when we started noticing all of the really horrible game design. And I don't even mean like visual design. I'm talking about like the game.
Like the fact that it is like WoW quests.
Also that. No, like the barely discernible iconography and like why is there an icon of planet and why is the guy on a broomstick actually a guy sneaking through the grass and that's stealthing? Like
You heard the
all
man.
that
You need
stuff.
to find those shards.
Yeah.
The game, the aspects of it that are a game, like how it is played and how you interact with it as a player, are so poorly designed that it does nothing for you intuitively at all.
I could have hit it with a rifle from the landing pad. Yeah, I probably could have. Actually, you're not wrong. I bought the collector's edition of this game for $3.50 a few years ago. It came with a figure of Jake Sully as his avatar. Not totally terrible, but still not great.
What the hell?
Yeah.
How much though, James? How much of that $3.50 was the avatar, and how much of the $3.50 was the game?
Yeah, how much
Are
did
we
you pay?
gonna go $3.49?
Emotionally, yeah, emotionally, how much did you pay for the figurine and how much did you pay for the...
Yes, emotionally.
What? Weird Rocks. The quest is called Weird Rocks. Oh,
Weird Rocks is actually a better name than Unobtainium. I would have taken that as a name for that.
we're here to mine all of these weird rocks. You're like, all right. Because if they just called them Weird Rocks, you'd be like, all right, that's totally slang. But the moment that they're like Unobtainium, it's like,
James
wait,
has responded
no.
that I'm still paying for it every day of my life.
Do I... Okay, I think I take damage when I, like, run into stuff in the helicopter. Let's see. Oh yeah, totally do. I totally take damage bouncing off the walls. Now, it may seem like that's a sensible thing. That it's like, oh yeah, of course, you're in a fragile vehicle. Like, why wouldn't you take damage when you're, like, ramming it into Cannonball Grotto? But it's really hard to pilot. So it'd be great if it didn't. Alright. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Taking it where it don't belong. We're gonna land this sucker in Cannonball Grotto. Oh, am I getting... I think I'm getting speared by... Oh yeah, there's definitely Navi down there. Okay. If I had pitch control, this would be easy. I could just aim down. Alright, I'll get out and shoot the guy with my shotgun. Because weirdly, being in a gunship is harder than just getting out and using your shotgun. Let's get some weird rocks. Alright, 1 of 3 weird rocks.
You can do it.
Oh, they're bombarding. They're bombarding my helicopter. I'm gonna regret bringing my helicopter in here, aren't I? Maybe? Is this gonna go very poorly? Got it out. I think. Yeah, there we go.
Monroe, I think I found your shard.
Good. Take a sample of it. You'll need it later.
Why don't I just take 3 samples here?
This
and
controls
one
like crap.
Doesn't work like that.
Alright, I'm just gonna
Each
leave it
one
here.
buzzes with a different
Can I
code.
jump? I can't
Think
jump
of
out
them
here.
as notes in a song.
So Eugene in chat has an interesting thing that now is making me think about other games. He says, you know, your character is supposedly not a helicopter specialist. And
I can't. Invisible wall.
Oh no.
I'm in a helicopter that can't go over anything. Like, it's the worst helicopter. Look, I'm at my flights. Oh, it's letting me up just a bit. And that's forcing me down. It is forcing. Oh, I can't go. Oh.
I really just want
All right,
you
I gotta land.
I think the next stream should be
I need to land. I need to land before it explodes. It might. It exploded while I was landing. Landing exploded it. It took damage from touching the ground. It took damage landing and exploded.
Well, to be fair, the way you pilot, I can see how it would take damage from landing.
Hey, these things have a threat level minimal. I'm gonna express my... They give me 5 XP. They give me 5 XP, these little piggies, and just because of that slight to my pride, I am going to make them extinct. Alright, sorry pigs. Extinction time. Extinction level event. Player 01.
I'm sorry, male 01.
Male 01.
You can't try to make it include. You can't just say person or player. It's male.
Male 01 is gonna be just the most devastating thing to happen to Pandora. Meteors, space smallpox, nah, it's male 01.
Get it.
This game is actually surprisingly hard. Like, things do a lot of damage.
So you mean hard, like the actual game mechanics are different hard because you don't know where anything is and you're bad at shooting things?
I mean, just the numbers, like that you take a lot of damage, you don't, you know, relative to the, yeah, I would just expect, considering that it doesn't have difficulty settings. All right, got a second car stuck. Bye, car. Considering that it doesn't have difficulty settings, I'm just surprised at like how much damage I take.
these.
I mean, it's certainly not like the most aggressive or like, you know, damage curve that I've ever run into in a game. It's just you can pretty easily get overwhelmed by. It's like, all right, if you've got 3 things coming at you, you know, if 3 Navi are throwing spears at you, your health's gonna disappear pretty quick. Also, I find it weird-ish. I don't know if it means anything, but there's like the targeting reticle actually indicates like specific body parts. So it'll be like hand, arm, shoulder. But I don't know if they mean anything aside from maybe headshot. But even oh, jeez. Maybe headshot means something on like certain weapons. Or like different weapons do different things, but like we haven't it's not a game where we're like, you know, blowing legs off.
Right. And even if you were like the graphics are like everything dies the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty sanitized. Like things people just fall over and then evaporate. It's like, oh, fall over, turn into dust. It turns out the basic rifle is actually pretty good. It's a very well-rounded weapon. Oh. Cave collapse. Okay. That doesn't feel meaningful at all because I've not really had to learn my way around anywhere. Getting in here did not feel challenging, so getting out. Alright. It all looks the same. This whole planet looks the same.
Yeah.
Wait, that's also blocked?
Like-
wait, where do I need to...
Like even this section is just like a more awkward.
Yeah.
Not a blue lens filter to shoot this section.
Wait, that was a timed escape? What? Okay. I don't know. As long as I've still got my... Okay, I need to do it again. Alright, that entrance collapses. Collapsed. Collapsed. Well, where do I need to go? Over here? This one looks collapsed too, unless just around the corner here. Oh, it was just a trick. It was a visual trick because everything looks the same. Sorry, man, can't hang around.
Gotta peace out, yo.
All right, gonna use my stealth suit, which isn't gonna work. Didn't do anything, and now you're just chasing behind me, stabbing me in the back because I don't run fast enough. Oh. So that's what I mean. Like it's just kind of easy to get a little swarm. Yeah. But hey, we made it outside this time.
You did it.
I did it. I did the thing. My car's still stuck though.
One woman applause.
Ah, that's a lot. it really wants to be Mass Effect, but the abilities aren't interesting like they are in Mass Effect. They're not diverse. They're not engaging. They're not quick to use either. Wait. Oh, square is... There we go. Square is reload. What does triangle do? So here's a weird thing. So I get why X is jump and why you want jump kind of always available. Right?
Yeah.
R1 is shoot. But then all of our abilities, and then the D-pad is weapon selection. I don't get why the abilities are on L1 plus symbol button when they could just be the symbol buttons. Like, the only one that would really need to be moved is jump. Because reload, you could very easily just have reload be L1 plus R1. Like, you could move that to a button combo. It would be a little bit weird, but reloading in this is not... It's actually not that critical in the game, as evidenced by the fact that I've, made it this far without even knowing what the manual reload command was. So, I don't know.
I like that you keep kicking up dirt, like, violently. Like, I don't think you're running that fast.
Oh, what's going on? Oh, Navi attack.
Uh-oh.
Problematic to the extreme.
New rewards are available. Press the right arrow.
That's the start button. It looks like a right arrow, but it's different from the actual right arrow. Game language isn't confusing at all. Well, I wonder if could you just stand... Well, if that was a random event, you could, in theory, just stand here and farm XP. Which just further breaks this game. Yeah, or just have no... That would actually... So, Algie points out, in relation to the whole reload thing, that the actual smart answer is to just have infinite ammo and not need to reload at all.
What are your new rewards?
Oh, right. Let's check out my new rewards. What do we got?
Rewards. What?
We got the Banisher M60 Machine Gun 2, the Standard Issue Rifle Uris 2, and Tactical Strike 2. Our Zeta Field has also been upgraded. Let's take a grenade launcher. I can probably just switch my weapons in the field, can't I? I can actually go down to the, version 1 if I wanted. Let's take a grenade launcher. Stick with the shotgun. Yeah, let's stick with the shotgun, and we'll stick with the default gun. Oh, I might have better armor as well now. Because, no, still just Warthog and Viper. Oh, I got the Warthog upgraded. Alright, well, let's try this grenade launcher. Let's see how this goes.
Stop making up ammo.
Now, everybody around me is suddenly using grenade launchers as well. It's kind of comical. But the Navi attack, every 30 seconds, it seems, so... Is it actually possible? Let's just see. Let's just sit here. What do we want to think about? What do we want to talk about while we stand here and wait for Navi to, hurl themselves at our wall of death?
I think chat wants you to set up a Patreon. Let's talk about that.
They want me to set up a Patreon? That takes... That creates a sense of, obligation, and I'm really bad at that. I'm really bad at, performing under pressure.
How'd you get through basic?
I get anxiety a lot. Mow your own lawn. What? What's this about mowing lawns? Oh, there we go. They're all back. Alright, the grenade launcher's not that good. And I'm not sure if I'm getting XP for... Alright, let's try... Oh no, I am getting XP. The grenade launcher's just not very good. So let's swap out the grenade launcher.
No more grenade launcher for male 01?
No, we're gonna go with... not the assault rifle, not the standard issue, not the combat shotgun, not the nail gun. There we go. Oh, we've got two styles. We've got the... Did you just try to call me?
I hit a button. I was texting you.
Okay. So we've got the Vesupire 1 and the Sterilator 2. They're identical except for damage, so I'm going to use the Sterilator. All right. Wait, did I switch to the Sterilator? Yeah, we got the Sterilator. Oh man, all of the messages, all of your texts, they're just, it's, my phone's going crazy. It's like and then like a minute later, oh, it's leaking. I've been using my Sterilator a bit too much. It doesn't. It leaks a bit at the tip.
Just the tip of the Sterilator.
My Sterilator's a little leaky.
Just going to load that. Did I just ASMR anybody?
My Sterilator's got some problems, guys. It's kind of gross. I guess premature sterilization.
God.
there's no off switch on the Sterilator, private. Come on, where are some... Come on, I need some Navi to come. There we go, there we go. Alright, let's go sterilate some Navi.
I love that it's not
This is
just
awful.
leaking, but it's leaking like fire.
This weapon's pretty bad. I don't think... Is it doing any damage? This thing's awful. This is a really bad weapon. The Sterilator is not good. Like, it does... Okay, so it has limited range, but lower damage per second than the default rifle. I don't know why you would ever use that. Like, I don't know, maybe there's a level later in the game where you've got to fight, like, 50 tiny, like, maggot-sized enemies, and so it's just like a swarm of tiny enemies with, like, no health, and then a very low damage short-range AoE multi-target weapon would be kind of an okay idea to use against them, but like, no, that was just bad. Like, it did no damage. Its range is really bad. We unlocked some more stuff. Yeah, we can actually just, we can in theory just stand here and power level, or I shouldn't say power level, grind. There, I gave you powers. You have powers now. Now you don't need to text me. If
Sir, the natives, their virility is overcome to the Starlander.
oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh, nah, this is not good. There are problems here. And is this going to be another skinny bridge? Or, oh no, no, it's not. I can go through here. Wait, what direction do I actually need to be going to get to? I need to be going the exact other direction. Alright. Ah, oh no. Oh. Can I? Oh, come on. Even a warthog flipped better than... I needed to actually spam tap that. So yeah, when we're driving all of these things, R1 is go forward and L1 is go backwards, and still going the wrong way. But yeah, it's all completely different when you're in the flying machine, when you're in the rotocopter. Also, that was some sick drifting. That, oh no, male 01 is about to drown to death. Yeah, I actually need to tap this. I need to tap that. Man, I so hope Fast and Furious goes to space. I really, really want Fast and Furious to go to space. Like, it doesn't need to be like Leprechaun in space levels of absurdity, though I certainly wouldn't complain. Like, even if it's just like, for whatever reason, like, Dom needs to go hijack a space station.
Like, did you hear about this? Someone was joking around about, like, they're gonna go to space or something. They were like, we would continue to make these movies. Like, we would happily do all of that.
Oh, there we go. Hey, oh, I finally damaged something with a vehicle. And it was a deer.
Also take damage.
Well, you'll see it in a second. Yes, the answer is yes. But the deer, and then the deer just kind of gets pushed by the car.
For anybody wondering why he just said that, and also why some of my comments are occasionally behind. My video is further behind than my audio, so I hear the talking about things before I see the gaming of things.
So you can,
You'll see it in a second.
I just jumped out of my car at full speed, and it was hilarious.
I've got all 3 of the shards.
Perfect. Now I need you to find the Wither Tree.
Alright, just gonna get back in the car. I know there's angry Navi shooting spears at me, throwing spears, and they got their clubs. I'm just gonna let bygones be bygones, and let them go. See, look at what a nice guy I am. Look at all of the indigenous people who are remaining unmurdered by me, an operative of a imperialist transplanetary corporation. Or wait, am I government? Do I work for a government or a private corporation?
I'm pretty sure it's private group that is mining
version, like that's working with the military? Because what's his face? Is it Sam Rockwell in the movie?
Yeah.
Okay, I love Sam Rockwell. Sam Rockwell, I think he's like he represents a private corporation. They're the ones like and they invented like the Avatar program and stuff. But like the people
The
there,
military.
they're protecting.
Yeah, so it is the military protecting corporate interests. Come on, use the thing. Alright, that actually got pretty sticky for a second there. I have somehow managed to light large amounts of the cavern on fire. I think that might have just been my car blowing up.
We need to bring it back to its original pitch.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, I guess there's a... I think I'm playing a game of hot and cold here. Oh wait, I got foot... What am I doing? Weird rocks. Tune shard frequency, collect the song. Now that you've collected the shards, you must take them to the willow tree and extract the tree's harmonic. Reward 6,000 XP. Well, my controller's vibrating when I stand here, so
Something bad is
I'm gonna try
Don't
to.
stand in the fire, Dan. It's WoW. We've already established this.
I'm just gonna stand here and shoot stuff because the only language I speak is gun.
Well, at least you don't no longer speak Sterolator.
The Sterolator was so disappointing. Okay, so standing on this point doesn't seem to be doing anything. I think it would have ticked over by now. But hey, I tweeted about the Sterolator, so...
My favorite thing.
Investigate the tree.
I like this.
I can't hear any of the music. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you all gotta experience the music without me. Investigate the tree. Okay, so there's the spots that I stand on that make my controller rumble.
I would really like for you to do the second half of this game as the next stream, and you know the other 4 hours. And I'm just gonna put on my voice and talk about the flora and fauna as you run around murdering it all.
Where do I need... What do I... Okay, I'm not getting any, like, button prompts. That sounds like a good idea. Is... Oh, wait, maybe... No, this... My investigate button doesn't seem to be doing anything. What's that? No, that's just a vein pod. Now I have a Pandorapedia article for vein pods.
Dear God. You know, I'm blaming you for the horrible naming convention in this game because I think
Everything on Pandora was named by a 13-year-old.
Scientific name. You brought it on by making fun of the scientific name of the first creature, those little lemur.
True.
That has been really awful.
Everything since.
Some stuff has been more accurate, but it's gradually gotten worse until I believe so far the pinnacle is vein pod.
Vein pod's pretty bad. Vein Pod is... Wait, Alright, I need to turn my audio up so that I can tell what's actually going on here. I'm pretty sure this is a sound puzzle. What the hell is this nonsense? I don't even... Wow. Jeez. Okay. And then the tooltip came up like, hey, follow...
That's the tip.
No, I saw the hint, like follow the things around the room to find the tuning points, but... Oh, hey, the mobs respawned. Okay, my controller's doing... It's thumping now. Oh, it's really working it. There we go. There we go. Alright, I figured out how to do the puzzle. It's not a good puzzle. Alright. Seriously, it's really like... It's really banging. It's getting aggressive.
Oh god.
I can take this to use.
Again, a great example of how my video... You obviously shot that guy some time ago. I leave.
In my world,
Silent,
yes.
I'm like, oh god, because this thing comes flying out of nowhere with this big staff held high.
All the mobs. This is an MMO. Did they...
I can put this.
So I wonder if this was actually... I'm starting to think that this was... Potentially, they were hoping... It was like Borderlands. It was a Borderlands situation. Where they're like, oh yeah, we're making an MMO. Maybe? And so they built the framework for an MMO, but then people were like... wiser people were like, no, you're not making an MMO. Are you morons? Like, what? Seriously, did you drink paint? Like, what are you thinking? No, you're not making an MMO. And they're like, well, crap, we made a game that plays like an MMO. And it's like,
no.
well, that's your fault. I'm sorry.
But we do. No.
Because that's what happened to Borderlands. Borderlands 1 was kind of softly designed as an MMO. They're like, yeah, it'll be an MMO. And it's like, no, it's not going to be an MMO. Are you high? We don't have the resources to build an MMO FPS. What do you think you're doing? And so they're like, fine, all right, it'll just be a Diablo-like. And it's like, okay. So that's what it wound up being. And then for the second one, because they embraced that, it still has kind of traces of that. Because, you know, inherited from the first, but like the missions are there's a lot fewer missions. Oh, wait! Hey! Hey! What the... She just... Did you see that? She just... The nerve! But anyway, so the second one ends up being a lot more, you know... tightly focused on being a 4-person co-op game.
Means you're safe with me. So let's get airborne. I ain't getting paid by the hour.
Oh, we've got options. We could go back to Blue Lagoon. We don't want to go back to Blue Lagoon. Blue Lagoon sucked. Yeah, if you go to one of the, they're called travel agents. I noticed because I was reading in the menu.
You were paying attention?
I was paying attention one time when I was looking at the map, and the map icon has them listed as travel agents. You get a discount if you book your flight on the red eye. If you're willing to fly off peak hours, it's cheaper, and they advise you on stuff like this.
Also,
They're
if you
really
book it
helpful.
6 on a Wednesday.
Yeah. If you're willing to fly Wednesday night at 9, it's like $200 cheaper. It's really they're a valuable service on Pandora.
Ah, Ryder, you've brought me the first harmonic.
You've brought me the first harmonica.
Before the emulator's up and running.
Let's get started.
Emulator?
You don't know yet. All
No, wait.
Oh, that
right
was
now,
great.
we need to upload that harmonic, pop it into the module, and
I don't have my box of interesting instruments here at my new apartment, so I cannot join in the serenade. Streaming orchestra.
upload the harmonic into the module. Chop chop.
Or of Isabella.
So what's all this stuff for?
Yeah, let me explain. The Na'vi have a unique relationship with the planet. Using a sacred site, the Tree of Souls, they're able to link directly with the ecosystem.
Let's see, I need to start thinking of like a tune to use for epic battle music later on.
But there is another site that can help us
My
sever the
harmonic
Na'vi
is up in
communication. We're after a site that has been dead for thousands.
We're after a site that has been dead for thousands of years. A place the Na'vi call the Well of Souls. Truly nothing will go wrong from us disturbing this place that clearly harbors like thousands of years of cultural significance. No, it's nothing. Like, they call it the Well of Souls, but really it's just like the parking lot of souls. You know.
Precisely.
No, it's not. It's not important. Don't think about the fact that they call it that. Don't. It's that. I feel like I've introduced a bias into your relationship with the mission that may interfere with your ability to act in the best interest of your employers. So just forget that whole thing I told you about the Well of Souls. I shouldn't have. I'm very bad at my job. I am very, very bad at my job.
I would really like
Time to check in with Commander
the horror
Falcon
movie
for your
of
next
the
mission.
house and or hotel built over the Well of Souls instead of the ancient Native American.
I've got your next mission on deck. You're heading to the FIBA. Officer Medora.
Wait, then this guy gave me the... Wait, do I now have 2 missions? Do I now finally have 2 missions? You met my crack pilot, Trudy Chacon. She's my new escort.
Monroe's the ODA head you trust around here. We clear?
Things a little
Pulling
dicey
some
with
after
science.
hours work.
Those tree huggers are crying foul over this emulator.
Those
All
tree
worried
huggers are
about
crying
moral
foul over this emulator, all worried about the moral implications. Why would people be worried about the moral implications of wearing another
growing a
culture's
conscience,
skin?
And you'll end up on the dead end of a Na'vi spear. Dismissed.
Travel to the FIBA. New location unlocked. The FIBA. They have accurately captured the authentic military experience of everything being reduced to acronyms. But yes, things being built over the Well of Souls would indeed be... I agree. I wouldn't mind if more stories went with this, like, oh, our house is built on the Well of Souls.
What's the deeds, buddy? I got a warm fuzzy on this one.
I got a warm fuzzy on this one. All right.
Gross.
The FIBA.
Hit that warm fuzzy with the sterilator, please.
I could back out and sterilate her.
Is it harder to sterilate females?
I am not gonna finish that joke.
I'm glad.
Did the guy who came up with the name Bobson Dugnut write this game? Maybe. Oh man. Okay, so someone on Twitter is asking, what is this Save the Pearls thing everyone is on about recently? Am I going to regret Googling this? Yes, Trigger Happy 938, you are going to regret Googling this, but you're also not going to regret it because Save the Pearls is a gift that keeps on giving in its awfulness. So back in 2012, a book was written, a YA, a young adult romance dystopian, knockoff of pretty much the entire genre at the time. And actually still, right now, it's still going. About reverse racism.
And his men have made this a living hell for our guys.
And so, wait, Crystal, did you hear about this? Did I tell you about this? I feel like I told you about this back in 2013 when we first discovered it. So back in 2013.
Way back.
Yeah, so this is actually a resurgence, so back in 2013, Lindsay and Nella and I spent a lot of time spent a lot of time dragging these novels. So there's two of them. It's supposed to be a trilogy, but there's only actually two of them. Ooh, look, genocide. But there's only two of them have been finished so far, and they were published like a year apart from each other. But so in 2012, she put out this book that is just absurdly racist about a future where global warming has led to too much UV radiation. So now whites are oppressed by blacks because whites are less good at surviving under heavy super UV radiation. It's too much UV. And so she's a member of the oppressed class of pearls because they're white, so they're called pearls. Unlike the coals, so the upper class are called coals, and the lower class are pearls. And I can hear your face. I can hear yes, I know. So it's all about this girl. She's a pearl. And if you don't mate by the time you're 18, society cuts off your access to basic resources. Like they cut off your food, and you can't food anymore. So you just die. They basically just kill you. So you gotta mate. You gotta mate by the time you're 18. but nobody wants to mate with her because she's ugly, because she's white and blonde and skinny. And so in order to get a mate, she needs to wear a black wig and paint her face black and put in brown contact lenses. And okay, so
you're hurting me.
To promote her novel, she made a video. She made a promotional video where an actress.
Don't tell me.
She hired an actress to play the main character, and so the character is there on camera. This poor actress is there on camera in blackface saying, "Am I pretty now?"
Why? Why did you tell me this? I didn't know anything about this in license. It's better off. Oh my god. I can just see, as an actor myself, I can just see the fucking casting posting for that on Craigslist. Like, need hot, blonde, skinny actress to...
Willing to wear heavy makeup.
Willing to wear heavy makeup and darken their complexion.
Well, so yeah, so the actual.
Requires nudity.
Oh yeah, actually, because she's like, I mean, it's just sort of like just below collarbone up, but it's one of those framings. You know, the framing where it's like, oh, they might not be wearing anything, even though they're probably wearing, like, you know, a tube top and pants or whatever. But like, it implied nudity. So like, yes, it does have implied nudity. There are no visible clothes.
Oh my god.
Left and right. You can't grab any shard until you take it down.
But she then also appears as herself, and like, it's just, oh my, and no, it gets worse. It gets worse. So like, the writing itself is also like just awful. In so many ways, like, just sentence structure is all over the place, and the whole thing is just so racist down to its bones, like masquerading as like not at all racist. So like within the first few pages, like she's constantly internal monologuing about how like she's just terrified that these coals, these giant hulking, you know, these coal men are gonna rape her. Like, she spends the entire first chapter like obsessing over this, and it's so bad.
Oh my god.
It's so bad.
Just the fact that this exists and that I know about it physically pains me. Like, I've not seen it. I didn't know, like, I was safe in my little bubble of not knowing this existed. It's like if someone saw Get Out and were like, I'm gonna show them the real scary society.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
But I mean, like, so it got worse because it's like, okay, Hoyt. So I remember the writer's name. So Hoyt then like did a ton of, you know, defending all of her decisions, as people were like, hey, yo, so.
Yeah, because in that case, you don't admit you did it wrong. You doubled down.
No, yeah, you double down. You double down.
Too far at this point. You posted an actress posting on Craigslist to defend it.
Yeah, so there's she's insisting that it's totally that because it's post-apocalyptic, like they're in like scarcity is like a huge deal in this society. So pearls, yeah, sure, they're pretty, but they're useless, And so coal, being called a coal, that's actually, that's actually a compliment because coal is useful. And yeah, internal monologue, like the main character, like she is constantly like throwing slurs around. Like, I mean, they're all the kind of just made up slurs in the fictional world, but like, yeah, it's 100%. Like, you can tell that this is the kind of book that is super revealing about the author.
Oh God. Oh, okay. Well, that was a great divergence from this wonderful game in which you were fighting.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean,
hammerhead shark.
I'm glad someone reminded me of it because my original thought for this evening was that it was like, hey, let's get someone on stream who will read excerpts from Save the Pearls while I play. Like, this would be hilarious.
No.
Collect the shards. Where do I go? Yeah, sure, let's go to that one. Let's work our way to that one. I've got it right here. I have a copy right here. It's EPUB if you want
No,
this.
you're not gonna
It's
read it.
It's
No,
DRM free if you want me to
not
send
gonna
you a
read
copy.
it. I will not allow it. We are happy here in our bubble.
In our Save the Pearls free bubble.
We don't need you to pop the bubble. Don't be a prick.
I think we need to just a little bit.
No, dear God, no.
Just
chat, back me up with the no. I've got
just
two
the tip.
no's. I've got so many no's.
Just the tip of this iceberg.
No, there's no, just the tip. If you want to do this, you do it separately on your own streaming time. I will not be pulled into this horrible, horrible alternate universe.
So there's a read along. So I've had a copy since 2013, and I read it back then. It's very short. It's only like 170 pages, and despite the like awful writing, it's not a hard read. I mean, it was no harder to get through than, it was, well, okay, it's actually worse written than Twilight. And 50 Shades. Like, it's actually... What? What?
No. It's even worse writing than that. I can't handle it. My poor English major brain will cry. I might just have an aneurysm.
Yeah, so like the 50 Shades and Twilight are already kind of, well known for their lack of meaningful editorial oversight. And this is even worse.
I mean, could you imagine being the editor who got that and just being like, no, it's fine how it is, here you go.
Yeah, I mean, it is self-published. People were asking that, like, is it self-published? And the answer is, yeah. Yeah. But so yeah, it is self-published, and so no editor has in fact looked over it. So it's even worse than just being like sloppily edited by, someone who like really didn't care. Like, there's no editing. but so a couple days ago, we were talking about this. You know, all of this came up again on Twitter, and so we were talking about it. And someone posted a read-along that they had done that I've been working my way through, and it's pretty good. It's a lot of fun, or at least kind of, you know, as much fun as you can get from a thing this awful. And a bunch of the participants, there's like, I think, I haven't counted, but I think there's like 4 or 5 people doing the read-along, like all together, contributing to it, and the majority of them, the sense I get is that the majority of them are in fact people of color. So it's pretty good.
That's cool.
But now, so shortly after this first one came out, so it really didn't get. It came out in 2012, but didn't really start to get any sort of notice or negative traction until early, like January, February 2013. And then the second book came out shortly after that, like, yeah, not too terribly long after that, and it is not available in a digital format. It is only available in hardcover, and she has not published the third book in the trilogy. But I do need to tell you, like, all the bonkers places that this goes. So the main character's black boyfriend develops this technology. Oh, and also her dad. Her dad is, you know, super oppressed Pearl also, but also brilliant scientist who's going to save everyone and is working on technology, like save everyone technology. And her boyfriend, or the black dude that she wants to be her boyfriend, is working with her dad, and they eventually have a breakthrough in the technology that's going to save everyone, and so that they can survive the apocalypse. And guess what it is.
Oh God, what? Oh, I don't want to know.
It lets people shapeshift into jungle cats.
Okay, wait, what?
So her boyfriend turns into a Black Panther. Like, he gains shapeshifter powers, and then she does as well. It's also a furry novel.
So it's also okay, but it's not Animorphs.
Well, I mean, yeah, it kind of is Animorphs.
I feel like Animorphs strongly contributed to the growth of the persona population of our generation.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I mean, so many, yeah, like tons of furries I know, like they directly attribute it to like Animorphs.
Oh my God. Oh God.
So, yeah, so I mean, guess what majestic jungle cat he turns into, or did I already say it?
You said he was a Black Panther.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I sure wish you came sooner.
What?
Those are Bedama's boys.
What?
What's the deal with Bedama? Your basic nightmare?
I
Looks
did
like a
not
tank,
think
fights
that
like a
that
tank.
could get any worse.
These men are killing my
but
guys, and I got enough
surprised
of
me.
We've been hanging here
I'm
waiting
genuinely
for you.
surprised.
Get your friggin' rocks.
That
I didn't travel 80
that's
bazillion mics
difficult
to die
because the
protecting rocks.
depravity
These aren't
of my
just
fellow
rocks.
humans
Call 'em what you
rarely
want.
surprises
Doesn't
me
bring
in
my
this
dead
modern
men back.
age.
We'll
But
grab
you
the
have
rocks.
done it. It has gone several layers deeper.
Okay. So, is anyone familiar with sort of rants about writing sci-fi and the use of proper nouns, like the excessive use of proper nouns? Because so this book is guilty of. Wait, someone's asking. Give us the exact number of furries you know. Like, I don't know, personally. Like, when I say personally, I mean like, you know, face-to-face hangout with,
should know,
like,
your men didn't die for
have
nothing.
been over to their
I'm not sure of
house.
that. Yeah? Well, then don't get killed.
I don't know,
That'll just piss me off
4 or
more.
5, mostly through my friend Kat. And yeah, her nickname was Kat long before like the furry thing kind of happened. I think mostly like she's mostly just involved in it as a social scene, but through her I then know like a bunch of people, and like, you know, a bunch of them are fursuiters and whatnot. And then of course there's like a bunch of the people I know online. I don't know, probably all told like people that I actually am on a like chatting basis with, a couple dozen, which I feel, I don't know, feels like a fairly decent sample for what is ultimately a fairly small subculture.
Yeah, that's a pretty big number for not being a member of the culture, and
Yeah.
also it being a smaller, or at least among subculture.
Yeah, literally every, oh, we got purple dogs now.
Someone's asking me to talk about the proper noun.
Oh yeah, the proper noun thing. Okay, so there's a huge problem that you see in like novice, first time kind of fiction writers, where they'll use way too many proper nouns. You know, things that should just be like chair is instead capitalized, you know, seating pod or whatever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's kind of a thing that Save the Pearls is also tremendously guilty of among its many, many writing crimes.
Okay, thank you, full circle, algae, vein pod.
Full circle algae vein. Yeah, that kind of a thing. So, the first line, the first line of Save the Pearls, Eden jumped at the sound of approaching steps. They must not see. Hide beauty map, and beauty map is capitalized. Her mental command caused the capital life band she wore to send a tiny white spark into the air. In a flash, the holographic images that appeared in front of her, a blonde girl playing on a sunlit beach, disappeared. What's going on? Yeah, and so in the first like two paragraphs, we already have two jargon nouns on the first page. So this game needed actual bullet time, not fake bullet time. Oh, please give me a recovery. Yeah. So now what I mean by like actual bullet time instead of fake bullet time is that actual bullet time lets you move your cursor at near full speed even while you're in bullet time. Whereas fake bullet time slows everything. No, so it's not just to like the. Sorry, I think I need to stress this. The problem is not that it not just that it has two new jargon words. It's that it's already throwing multiples at you within its opening paragraphs. Generally speaking, like I know a lot of people are willing to tolerate. And clearly, people are willing to tolerate these kind of jargon words. Like I mean, we still read Tolkien. It's a crutch. It's a bad writing tip. Oh, jeez, there's so many. Wait, did I walk my way into another different camp? What's going on here?
I mean, isn't your goal at this point to completely wipe out all of the Na'vi? Like, I don't know if you.
Yeah, but I was
actually
thinking
want
I
to
was.
live in camp.
I think I was gonna be. I was planning on doing it, you know. WMDs. Biological warfare. I was not actually planning on shooting every single one of them to death, like, personally.
Oh, okay. Really, that were required to complete the mission, so that you could then blow up the rest of them.
Yeah. But hey, I mean, with me on the job, it's no wonder tensions are so, running so high. Like, I mean, look at all the irreparable damage I'm doing to the relationship between these two cultures. Like, truly irreparable.
I can put this to use.
Music, but someone's commenting on how heroic the music sounds while you murder all of the natives.
Oh, geez. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. So because of books like Neuromancer, because of things like that, like it's a crutch that inexperienced writers fall back on, is thinking that, like, oh, it's mimicking the form. You know, that having all of this jargon automatically makes you cool and interesting, and that jargon and all capitals, new things, are what makes science fiction compelling, which completely overlooks why books like Neuromancer are compelling in spite of their heavy reliance on obfuscating jargon rather than, you know, because of.
It's one of those things where you have to know the rule and know why it's in place to break the rule, sort of thing.
Yeah. So because of that, like, if somebody's opening up with, like, multiples of these, particularly at this point, I mean, the thing you got to keep in mind, like, Neuromancer was written back in the 80s. Like, the number of people who have outright imitated Neuromancer at this point are innumerable. And so that's the context that stuff needs to be kept in, is that it's like, oh, well, it worked in Neuromancer. It's like, yeah, and because it worked in Neuromancer, you can guarantee that there's copycats. Also, did I finally come to an ammo pod back there that I forgot to refill at? I think I summoned an ammo pod. Did I? Did I summon an ammo pod? There'll be one closer. I'm getting close to the thing. But so yeah, just at this point, if you're reading a book now, and you know you are aware of the cultural context that book exists within, seeing it open up with, like, multiple proper noun new sci-fi jargon for things that really don't need it. And that I think is probably the crux of it, is whether or not it's actually even remotely necessary to either the story or the world building.
Yeah, especially when the rest of your writing is also terrible, so, like, it's obviously that, like,
Yeah,
you're just doing it to do it, to make it sound like you're putting on the trappings, the external dress of, you know, post-apocalyptic or sci-fi, when really, like, we kind
You're
of
just
have
bad.
similar technologies where, like, they're understandably, like, things that you could just say what they are and not, you know, make up life band.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what was the first one? It was like
Beauty map.
beauty map. Yeah, beauty map. It's like what, like that actually doesn't what? Eden jumped at the sound of approaching steps. They must not see. Hide beauty map. That what is that? You know, it has oddly managed to tell me actually less about what it is than if she had just chosen an actually more descriptive term.
Yeah, ooh, jargonization, gotta love it.
I think there's a lot of... Okay, so when I say that Neuromancer is successful in spite of the jargon, I actually would stand by that because it's the kind of thing that is alienating and impenetrable to new and first-time readers. That the books, that even if it becomes integral to the world building and the tone of the book, that almost always doesn't shine through until you're already significantly invested in the book. Like, until you're a good ways into it. If you've ever had to read a book that uses the same kind of technique and is in theory doing the same thing with it, the same kind of world building, but is not already compellingly written, it shows. Like, you feel it immediately. So I would say that Neuromancer is successful despite the jargon because it's successful enough without it that it is then able to use it to further build its world. If that makes sense.
And coming from another field, you know, with my PR background and being thrown into like the talent acquisition world and those sorts of things, where jargon is really annoying as a business aspect too.
Yeah, where like buzzwords and
jargon is ridiculous. So like we can appreciate the irritation of jargon in a lot of areas.
Yeah. Now that said, like, I think there are, I mean, definitely I've read a lot of books and a lot of short stories that have, in fact, at this point, I would say most of the ones that I would say are using that kind of excessive jargon really well, like, that's kind of actually the point. Like, they are calling attention to the excessive jargon and are usually making an explicit point about corporate culture and corporate culture's love of words that can be trademarked.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, also, like, if you go back...
What the hell's going on here? Is that guy... I think this NPC has a grenade launcher, but he's standing too close to the terrain, so every shot just lands at his feet. Also, these dogs don't stop coming.
I like that the other guys around you, though, are using the barrel.
I need to get out of here, but these dogs don't stop coming. And they're free XP. man, there's way too many of them. Also, every time I start to leave, the dude with the grenade launcher keeps shooting grenades into my back, and they don't damage me, but they do stagger me.
That's a weird mechanic. Par for the course, Avatar the game, le jeu.
Clockwork Orange I would put into... Clockwork Orange falls into a special category because the entire book is written in a cant. You know, so that's a... You know, that's explicitly a convention that is... It's a core conceit of the book, is that it's written in this dialect.
There's also like, so there's a difference though. In Clockwork Orange, I wouldn't, you know, like yeah, we're example. Like there's things I wouldn't consider jargon in certain novels in which I think the line where it becomes jargon is when you're making up a word for a thing and concept that we already intuitively understand. Like that's when it becomes jargon.
I would go further.
When you're proper nouning it and creating because like you were saying, calling something a feeding pod instead of just like a chair. For, like,
Yeah. I think that's a handy example of sort of an egregious, handy statement of sort of an egregious expression of it. But I mean, I would also say it applies like just as much to, you know, when you've got sci-fi that spends so much time like talking about the, well, I mean, at this point, like hyperdrive is a bad example because we're so used to like hyperdrive and warp drive that we do kind of intuitively understand the trope of them. But you know, where it's like the first chapter, if the first chapter of your sci-fi novel is dedicated to outlining all of the proper nouns of your fake technology, you're doing it wrong. Like,
I'll take that.
yeah. Unless you have found like a really compelling way to be talking about technology, but actually you're, you know, telling us something about the story and the world and the characters and the tone and, you know, the universe that all this exists in. Like, I'm not saying this is 100% all of the time eternally the wrong way to write, because there's always a potential way to make something compelling. But like, yeah, generally speaking, you're doing it wrong if your first chapter is all about the isopods and.
Well, yeah, but I think that following that same
What the?
base broad stroke of saying that, you know, jargon, it becomes jargon with like throwing in words and like renaming things that don't necessarily like.
Yeah, at a certain point, you can just call it an engine.
Right.
And fuel. Like, it doesn't need to be like biopulse. Final Fantasy 13. Here we go. Here is a fantastic example of this going wrong. Final Fantasy 13. You know, you've got your Fal'Cie and l'Cie and your Grand Pulse and your Pulses and your Pulse l'Cie, and you've just got all of these terms that are being thrown at you one after another with no explanation, and they're not actually building the world because they're just confusing, and they're coming too fast, and they're coming without enough, you know, context and all of that. And I think the purple guys have a confused mechanic.
You know, think about it like there's a reason that, you know, certain groups of people have for sweet potato, or the, you know, they say the Eskimos have 100 words for snow, or over 100 words for snow. Like, those things are linguistic. There's linguistic reasons or social reasons behind those linguistic, like, isms. And if that exists in the creation of your jargon, like, the reason they call it this instead of that tells you something about them as a people, you know, the importance they put on it, or the significance they don't give it, etc.
Yeah.
Like, then I wouldn't call that jargon.
This whole map is freaking awful.
It's like the difference between a noob 2 zeros and a newbie EW. Like, one is an affectionate, like, oh, you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, you're new at this.
And the other one is like,
Pejorative.
You think you know everything, but you really don't know what the hell you're doing. Please listen to people who know more than you instead of acting like you're smarter than everyone. Like, yeah, there's that difference between, like, so I guess I kind of hold that difference in my head between, like, understandable word changes or the addition of things versus what I would call jargon. Like, I see jargon kind of as a pejorative in itself, even though literally, obviously, it isn't.
Yeah. Ooh, what's this thing? It's a Silliphant. Also, we got more. It's just endless. This entire map is just a gauntlet of these things whose name I forgot. Razor dogs. No. Yeah, I knew that whip plant was gonna do that. It's frick. This is awful. This whole level is just bad. I wonder if I can stealth past. Like, no, like, this is exceptional. Oh my. And they keep knocking me. Come on, come on. Wow. Just... it's honestly kind of amazing. Like, just how bad this is. Right now. Alright. Okay, we're going back to the beginning of this stretch. And we're gonna... Look at how many hit points these plants have. Oh. Yep, they got huge range too. Oh. Oh. There's two of them can hit me from there. Alright.
Look out.
I wonder if this is where... No, because I need to be... Okay, they do seem to take a pretty healthy amount of damage from the Sterilator. The Sterilator may have found its place. Oh yeah, Sterilator works wonders on plants.
Oh, perfect. We found what it's really useful for. Sterilate them plants. Burn off the seed pods.
It kind of sort of works on the
Bang
dogs as well
pods.
because it seems to stun lock them. So,
Better take this.
all right. Yeah, there we go. Sterilator, do your job. Oh man, I love Sterilator now. Sterilator's the best. Ah. Yeah, get sterilated. Can you feel that sweet sterilating action? There we go. Where are we at? How far into this? I'm only halfway through this frickin' gauntlet.
How are you ever gonna find a good pausing point?
This is... okay. ATV... what the hell? Alright, well, I got a rocket pod now, so... yeah! This is speeding this up significantly.
The Sterilator?
No, my new rocket friend here.
Oh. I've not gotten the video of the rocket yet. I think I'm getting further and further behind as we go.
Oh, gotta dodge. There we go, made it to the camp. Yay! Wait. Sort of. Do I get to use... is that suit free? Do I get to use the suit? Do I get to jump in a mech suit? Mech suit. Alright, I presume the mech suit controls just like normal. Except I have limited ammo. Why do I have... yeah. I don't know why I have limited ammo as a mech, but unlimited as a Navi. I mean, I got a lot of ammo. I got like 1,000. I mean, it's a lot of ammo. It's not right for dealing with those guys, but... also, the target tracking is still awful. And I take a lot of damage. My suit's not exactly durable and it's gonna blow up. Alright. Cool. When your base gun is actually better than a mech. Hey, do you want to jump in the mech suit? Nah, I got my default rifle.
I thought your default was shotgun.
No, that's my like emotional default, not my
Oh,
actual
okay.
default.
Take this.
In fact, I think the one I'm using is called... oh wait, no, I'm using the Solaris right now? Okay. Assault Rifle Solaris. But there is one that's actually called the There you go. Oh, wait, no. Standard issue Solaris. Wait. Standard issue rifle Solaris 3. Assault rifle Solaris 3. What? Okay. One has better range, the other has better rate of attack, but they... Alright, I'm just gonna back out. Whatever. That's weird. That's a distinction without meaning. Also, they're all respawning again. I need to just run up this hill. I need to just get out of here. I wonder if I can... If I stealth, will it let me actually stay stealth this time? And for how long? As I walk, the fools walk. One of them is a 3-shot burst, and the other one isn't. Okay. Almost there. I think I'm gonna call it at the end of this mission.
We're gonna pause.
When we get to the end of this mission, we're gonna...
Avatar the game part 2.
There will be a part 2. I feel like, well, I don't know, we will debate whether or not there's gonna be a part 2. There might be. Probably just out of like sheer compulsion. I will have a part 2. Oh no. Oh no, this is a boss fight arena. Ah. I should have hit that ammo pod before I came in here. I was like, okay, I'll just jump down and grab the crystal or whatever it is, and then, no.
But no.
That was not a good plan. Should have hit the ammo pod. Roar! Yeah. Roar! The Predator Den. Oh wait, no, there's an ammo pod down here, too. Okay. Good to know. Alright, here's a question. What do you think... So... Oh wait, we moved from the Sterilator to the Bush Boss. What's the highest... So the nail gun is the highest rate of attack. Combat shotgun phalanx is high damage. Grenade launcher, highest damage. Machine gun, super high rate of attack as well. I feel like this is going to be my actual like highest DPS. And then we'll try to just fight the camera as best we can. Yeah. Nope. That's what we're expecting. Yep. Gonna get kind of just knocked around a lot. Yep. Everything is meeting expectations. I think this is it. It is walk backwards and shoot the game. Oh, oh. Didn't dodge enough. I should have walked backwards. I thought I was gonna get that last bit of health off before he got to me, but I didn't.
No.
I suffered for my hubris, and by that I mean I needed to stand up again. Alright, come on, Crystal. Objective completed. Male 01 is victorious.
I don't know how I can help.
Oh, hey, here comes a helo. Is the helo actually gonna take us out of here this time? Or are they just gonna grab the stuff and leave? What do you think? Taking bets.
Isn't this the thing that even the Na'vi are afraid of in the movie? This like big beastie thing that attacks.
Find that creature.
Piece of cake.
Nice work. Hop in and
I don't
bring on
remember.
Officer Midori.
Alright, are you gonna take me with? Yeah, there we go. Are we going back to home base? What's going on? We're going back to the FIBA. Back to the FIBA. That was awful. That gauntlet? Who designed that? Right, I started out as a green signal specialist and now I'm a communications officer, aren't I? I'm supposed to be dealing with like radios. I would honestly like this game a lot more.
Signal specialist.
Yeah, signals. Signals, right? Yeah.
Yeah, signals.
I would honestly like this game a lot more if we were actually just a radio tech. Like if we were a radio technician like working back in home base and the whole thing was just like shuffling people's messages around as you're hearing the movie Avatar happen. So like you're connecting everyone's stuff as the movie happens around you. I would no joke play that game.
Like tickets please, the Avatar signal specialist.
Yes, papers please, but in the Avatar universe, like you're a desk jockey in the home base as Avatar the movie happens around you. That would be I would play that.
Game of like you make sure the human body doesn't die or get fucked up while it's in the pod while they're piloting the Avatar. You're just like sitting there monitoring their
watching
We're all set. I got all 3 shards.
There we go. I'm pretty sure this will hit a safe point. Yeah, you're just monitoring vital signs. You need to occasionally like administer more like it's like, oh, their IV needs more sodium.
Good. It's about time we had a face-to-face.
No, it's not. Listen to me.
Better get it in there.
Yep.
Oh, they're out there and they're out of Sterilator ammo. Someone drop off a pod.
Oh man, that'd be beautiful. Yeah, coordinating supply drops. Like I'm sure it's a really like high stress thing that you got to do. But so yeah, we're gonna Oh, here's a thing that I ran into earlier. So if you want to quit game, like let's say the last thing you were reading, let's say you were intently and diligently reading the Pandorapedia, the entries on, say, the dire horse, and how the common name dire horse is, belies the taxonomy of Equidurus hoplites, or feared armor horse. So you were doing all that, you were reading all that. And then whenever you come into your menu, your cursor is, of course, where you last wanted it. But you need to quit now. Down button does not take you to quit. You need to go all the way back to weapons and then down. it's a literal grid.
Mm.
It's one of those small things. It's the tiny things. This game is damned by 1,000 tiny things. So
Tiny things.
so what are everybody's thoughts on James Cameron's Avatar, the game, Le Jeu?
Le jeu.
How do you feel about it so far? Garbage?
Someone says
Joe
death by
Farron
1,000
says garbage. Sorry?
Death by 1,000 cuts, someone says.
Death by 1,000 cuts. I feel like I was right though when somebody on Twitter when I was posting about this earlier that this was what we were going to be playing tonight. Someone on Twitter asked the very concise question, why? And I always get I'm always a little weirded whenever people ask, like, hey, why are you doing that? Why would you do that to yourself? Why are you playing that? Particularly when it's something for streams or that's clearly for an episode. You know, like it's clearly like, okay, well, I'm going to be doing a video about it. So it's like, why would you read that book? Why would you play that game, watch that movie, watch that series? Why would you do that to yourself? And it's like, well, clearly because I think the end product of me watching it is going to generate something that other people will find entertaining. So, you know, why Avatar? Why James Cameron's Avatar trademark the game Le Jeu? Well, because I think it would be entertaining for social gaming. And I feel like I was right. I feel like that was a very entertaining social game. If I were playing this on my own, I likely would have put it down hours ago and never come back to it.
As soon as you opened that first map and saw how big it was.
Well, no, I might have, like, because on my own, when I'm playing things on my own, I have an incredibly high tolerance for, you know, banal, aimless garbage. Like, I farm, you know, when I was still, like, actively playing World of Warcraft, like, I would farm just for, I don't want to say entertainment, but, like, meditative ritual. Like, I would just do my farming circuits, like, just fly around mining ore that I didn't need, like, just purely as a, like, thing to be busy while I'm actually, like, in chat, like, you know, chatting with guildmates and friends and whatnot. So I think I would have been a little bit like, wait, what? When I opened that first map, but I definitely would have kept going. I probably definitely would have checked out around that. Actually, no, I can tell you the time that if this wasn't social, where I would have checked out is when I lost my helicopter and it dropped me in a spot nowhere near a helicopter, like just in the middle of nowhere with a buggy. And you know, at that point when I had to like walk all the way around to get back to a helicopter so I could shoot one more pod, that's probably the point that I would have checked out if I was playing this on my own.
Yeah,
so
the useless wander back.
Yeah, that would have been it. If I were playing this myself, assuming of course that I were playing it myself, that I didn't have any sort of planned episode, and that because without I think this one needed to be streamed. Even if I were taking screen caps and whatnot, like it wouldn't be the same. Like this one kind of needs to be in real time. There's not really any standout moments where you can just like jump on Twitter with a screen cap and be like, yo, check out this garbage. It really kind of needs to be like the slow grind of like the repetitive enemies. How many we have encountered 2 enemy types. Actually, like 2 actual
3
enemy
if you
types.
count the big rat dog thing.
No, because that's just a bigger version of the dogs that we've been fighting.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
So it's like you've got the one-offs. So there was the one quest where we had to shoot 2 of the giant pigs. Right? Like the two sick things. We needed to euthanize the 2 whatevers, and we haven't seen them again ever. Like, so they were just random animals that we kind of like accidentally aggroed, more or less, because the quest told us to. Then there's the hammerhead one-off. Then there's like 5 different flavor of dog and the Navi.
Oh, also
Oh, and the
plant
plants.
thing.
I guess the plants, but the plants feel. I mean, I think the plants feel too much like they're a hazard, not an opponent, because they're stationary and they react cyclically. Like they have one attack, they have one thing that they do. So they're just hazard. They're terrain. I don't know.
Until you figured out the Sterilator thing, those one plants were really screwing up your day.
Well, yeah, because there was like 10 of them in one hallway. It wasn't about the plants, it was about the density. So like that's the same as like, okay, well, what if you've got like a spike trap hallway, or the common sort of puzzle hallway in video games where it's like, all right, you've got crushing blocks and you need to like time your run or whatever. It was just that was essentially just a variant on that. It's a hazard hallway. So, yeah. Benjamin reacts cyclically, is motionless. Are you a hazard or an enemy? I don't know. Are you actually dangerous though? All right, Seth is just gonna, now that I'm actually like here, Seth is going to just get a straight up block.
Thank you, because I've been putting him on timeout multiple times.
Do you not have a block button?
I can't ban. I can only time out.
You can only time out.
100
Okay.
Seconds, or
All right.
remove specific messages, etc.
Okay.
But
Now
I
I
do
know.
have the little. I do have the little wrench. I do have extra abilities now that you have deputized me.
Did I miss something in terms of difficulty? I don't think there is a difficulty setting. I'm not crazy with that, am I? Oh, wait. Okay, select a character. Male 01, faction RDA, checkpoint, the choice, male 01. Okay, so it automatically creates a character slot fragment at the big choice. And then there's Greg. Game time 7 minutes. Faction undecided. I don't think there was a difficulty setting, unless I was like really not paying attention during the time when we like went past a difficulty setting. I think there's only one. So the reason I say it is because so M Cypher on Twitter is saying Foldable Human is playing Avatar the game, and I'm baffling at how the enemies give the same XP values regardless of difficulty. There's 46 versions of Razor Dogs or whatever, and no matter how tough they are, you get a whopping 30 XP for any of them. So, this isn't massive game design sin. This isn't grinding, it's erosion. And I would agree. So it's one of those situations where they wanted the trappings of an RPG, but they didn't want to actually balance around it being an RPG. So especially since they have, now we've seen at least 2 areas where there are infinitely respawning enemies. Those enemies have to give a flat, low amount so that they still look and feel like they are an RPG element, but they are actually like incapable of throwing off the experience curve, because you need, like, the only way to actually level up in any sort of timely manner is to complete objectives, which do give scaling amounts of XP. So why did they want an RPG? Like, I don't think they actually wanted an RPG. They just wanted RPG elements, because those are, like, I would say are in 2009 especially, like, were the hot stuff. So, yeah. I think it was just purely like, designed by committee, designed by what's popular right now, and they just threw in everything. That meant RPG elements. It meant open world elements. It meant MMO quest design. It No, it's just a list of like, hey, what were the things that people were doing in games in 2009, and we did all of them at the same time. So, yeah. Yeah.
So many
And
things.
it the thing is like Avatar really is one of those, it's one of those movies that if you're going to do a tie-in game, like you really could have gotten away with, particularly if it's true that James Cameron was like, no, I'm going to give you, like he gave them like a lot more lead time on making the game. Like if they had a lot more development time, like that's actually the case where you would have wanted to go with story-driven cover-based shooter. I hesitate to like say it that way because 2009 was kind of towards the tail end of the cover-based shooter and more into the like free roaming third-person shooter. But or even if it was like free roaming third-person shooter, but like drop the RPG elements, drop the like questing stuff, and just make it a hallway shooter. Like it actually should have been a hallway shooter. It should have been a tightly curated spectacle shooter. It would have been perfect for that. This should have been a Call of Duty clone. If anything should have been a Call of Duty clone, it's Avatar the game.
Well, it also like story-wise, it should have developed something more interesting about the world of Pandora or the world of the Na'vi or the the military base there, when really it's literally like that's like this is one of those cases where you could take all of the Avatar specific stuff right out of it and it would be the same game. Like the fact that it's Avatar themed doesn't
barely even comes through.
Doesn't inform the game.
Yeah.
Either in mechanic or story at all. Like there's no true exploration of, that conflict other than literally you're killing each other. Like it could be any enemy versus your side in
remember
any planet or situation.
Remember when I was talking about how like maybe possibly this could they could do some interesting things with the whole, needing to hop back and forth between Na'vi, controlling a Na'vi and running around as a soldier. Yeah, how'd that pan out so far?
Haven't done anything.
Like that feels so long ago now. Like I don't know, like what. I'm kind of curious to see where this goes, in the sense that I'm 99% sure it goes nowhere. Like, I'm pretty sure, and chat can probably confirm this, that decision where I shot the other avatar, I don't hop into an avatar again in the soldier path, do I? I spend the rest of the game as a soldier. Right? Like that's what's going to happen here. That's what it's looking like. That's what it's feeling like. I mean, I'm expecting maybe like one more one-off segment where it's like, oh, you need to be in an avatar for like the next 45 seconds to throw a switch or something like that. Like, I don't know. That's kind of the direction I feel like this is going, is that if it's going to be completely incidental, maybe in the same way that like I might need to jump into a helicopter again. My avatar is dead, yeah. Okay, so there we go. The Navi can only be played in the Navi path, and the soldier can only be played in the soldier path. So from that point out, But that makes, oh god, that's so if you shoot the soldier instead of the avatar, this was already a like core plot point / problem in the movie that they had to deal with, where dude is controlling his out, but his body is still vulnerable because his body's just in a tube. So they're just gonna. All right.
What if you shot the soldier instead of the Navi avatar guy? Like, what would the game have become then?
Well, apparently you just run around. But I'm just talking
You
about
just
like
run
the
around
plot
in the
hole.
avatar
So if
body.
we want to talk about like plot holes versus contrivances versus mistakes, I would consider it to be a plot hole that no one in the military just thinks, like, especially since this came up in the movie, that it's like, oh, we have a rogue soldier running around in an avatar suit. What are we going to do? Oh, gee, here's their helpless body. Let's just go put a bullet in their meat. So, like, that was a whole thing that they had to, like, deal with in the movie. So, I don't know, maybe they deal with it in the same way in the game, in Avatar, the game Le Jeu, but I don't know. It's not the worst game ever. It's far from the best. It's pretty aggressively mediocre so far. I almost kind of regret taking the soldier path purely because the avatar. If you take the avatar, you apparently have unlimited ammo. Because when I was an avatar, I had unlimited ammo, and that'd be nice. I didn't need to reload. My gun sucked. Like its aiming was really bad, but I would probably still be fighting dogs. Like, I think the sole difference, I'm convinced the sole difference if I went down the avatar path is that I would be fighting soldiers instead of Navi, but I would still be fighting dogs. Right? I would still be fighting avatars get melee weapons.
I'm pretty sure. Well, but I feel like instead of flying that copter, you would have gotten to fly one of the air horses. So at least that would have been different.
Yeah. I have heard that there's a completely different Avatar game for the Wii and PSP with stealth element. Yes, there is a PSP Avatar game that is a Splinter Cell clone instead of a Borderlands clone, like a third-person Borderlands clone. I don't know. We did share a moment with the Stellator, so I don't regret. I have no regrets about our decision ultimately. We did get to run around with the Stellator. So, yeah. Aggressively mediocre dog killing simulator, the game of the movie. I think that sums it up. So, I think I'm debating if I should grab a random if I should grab a random excerpt from Save the Pearls to close this out.
No. I would like to log off before that happens. But I'm sure the chat would enjoy it.
So
I need to take it slow. Like
okay.
just the tip for me was finding out it existed, and also the furries edition. I don't know if I can handle also an excerpt at this.
Okay.
Juncture.
I'm not gonna do an excerpt. I'm just going to do.
Oh, so many people say yes.
I'm just gonna point out. Here's what I'm gonna point out. I'm gonna point out that throughout the whole thing, Eden constantly, so whenever she uses the word them, almost always them is italicized. And yet, if only Eden were one of them, she'd be beautiful and safe.
Oh?
But
My
at age
goodness.
17, she was already middle-aged. Yeah.
Well then, it's been a hoot. It's been a good night.
I got my excerpt in. It was one line. It was good.
It was great.
Yeah.
I liked it. I liked it.
Them. One of them.
Oh God, stop. You
It's
also did
bad.
read the first couple sentences.
Oh. Here, I'm gonna show you something. So this is contents start. Turn on the backlight again real quick just so y'all can see it. This is the cover. Yep. That's the image. That's the image for the cover. Yep. Yeah.
Oh jeez. Yeah. Somebody. Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah. Next stream. Okay, so next stream will be the 1st. It's going to be on the 1st. So tomorrow I start shooting on Expo. I start shooting on the documentary. Thanks again to everybody who backed it on Kickstarter. We are good to go. A bunch of the I'm waiting on the battery. I had to get the battery shipped in from out of town, and it was supposed to be here on Friday, but now it's not going to be here till Wednesday, which is literally the last day before I need it. So I'm a little chapped about that, but it will be here technically on time. But so we start shooting interviews tomorrow. I've got 2 more potentially lined up for Tuesday, Wednesday, and that'll get me my pre-interviews. Then it's 4 long days in a row: Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I will probably spend most of Monday sleeping, but I will be up and awake and alert enough to do a stream Monday night, May 1st. So, yeah. In answer to the question about the payment for Save the Pro, I decline to answer that. Oh, also on the 1st will also be the corn stream. That's how we'll open. Actually, I'm debating whether it's going to be a stream or if I'm just going to pre-record a video, because I have a really funny gag in mind for but I might merge the two, and I'll shoot the video and then I'll just play the video in the stream. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna decline to answer that question, because neither answer. That's one of those questions. So the question of did you pay money for Save the Pearls? Neither answer is good. Like, they're both kind of incriminating, because it's like, one is you gave money to an awful racist writer, and the other is you bootlegged ebooks, and it's like both are kind of damning in their own way. So I decline to answer. I decline to answer that. Plead the fifth. But yeah, I think
good
that's
American reference.
Yeah, there we go. So if you had to go to bed before Devil Dong is on YouTube. Just check out the past streams playlist. Please revisit the gamification of warfare in a subsequent video. Yeah, that'll probably come up. I might try to just extract that from this stream. It was kind of in the middle. But yeah. Oh, I can, however, say that I am grabbing a copy of the second book, which I said is only available in hardcover because I found used book retailers and used book sales don't go back to the author. So, yeah. Okay. I'm just kind of rambling now and responding to random chats, and that can go on forever. So, I'm going to hit the stop streaming button right now.